So we'll have another special announcement. As a reminder, students who are participating in the Hal Baldwin Scholarship are required to sign in on the sheet located in the back. Students watching online can still receive credit by contacting Sarah Gonzalez at sgonzalez@schertz.com. Again, that email is S as in Sierra, G as in golf, O as in Oscar, N as in Nancy, Z as in zebra, A as in Alpha, L as in Lima, E as in Echo, Z as in Zulu at Schertz.com. All right, we'll continue with our presentations. Our first presentation is our 2020 Achievement of Library Excellence, a presentation regarding the Texas Municipal Library Directors Association Excellence Award. Ms. Yohorn, the floor is yours.
See if I can get to my video. Good evening, Mayor, Council. My name is Melissa Yulhorn, and I am the Library Director, and it's my great pleasure to be here tonight to let you know about an award the library recently received. Oops, it's already started. Shouldn't be doing that. I brought along the plaque tonight just because it's so cute. It looks so nice on our wall at the library, but this will be the third year in a row that the library has received this award. It is given out by the Texas Municipal Library Directors Association, which is a subgroup of TML. And their board sent along a little short video that I wanted to play for you tonight that explains what the award is about. So let's see if we can get to it.
To receive the award, recipients must demonstrate a To receive the award,
okay, hang on. There we go. All right. Sorry about that.
Recognize outstanding contributions and exceptional service by public libraries to their communities. To receive the award, recipients must demonstrate achievements and excellence in 10 service areas in the past year. Provide services to underserved populations in the community through outreach, specialized programs or collections, or through collaborations with other organizations. Demonstrate enhanced service to the public through increase in service or a change in type of services. Use informative and innovative marketing materials to highlight library services and programs. Conduct cultural, topical, and educational programming for adults and families. Provide literacy support for all ages, such as story times, bilingual materials or programs, ESL classes, and tutoring programs. Conduct a summer reading program for youths, teens, or adults. Invest in collaborative efforts with community organizations such as schools, volunteer programs, and non-governmental agencies. Support workforce development in the community through career and skill building classes, services, and resources. Support digital inclusion by providing public internet access, digital literacy training, and online library services. Establish professional staff training to include opportunities for library staff at all levels. In 2020, of the 568 public libraries across Texas, 56 libraries received the Achievement of Excellence in Libraries Award for providing outstanding services and programs to their community. Congratulations to all 2020 Achievement of Excellence in Libraries Award recipients.
The award is given to libraries that can demonstrate a mastery in all 10 of those areas. And it's very much an award that's about outreach, so reaching out to the community and connecting with our customers. This was the 2020 award, so you can imagine that this was a little tougher than normal last year. We only had part of the year where we were really out in the community, but a lot of the things that we did were, when we applied for it, were changes to the way we operated. So, and that was true of a lot of the libraries, was how we met the issues that we faced with COVID. So I'm very proud of the staff. This is very much an award that the staff is responsible for. So it makes me very happy that third year in a row. Yeah. Thank you.
No, thank you, and congratulations on the award. You did meet a lot of challenges, a lot of obstacles, and you managed to pull it through, and in the service to our community, we appreciate everything that you did, and congratulations again on your award. Okay, we'll continue with a couple proclamations. I'll go down there so I can go ahead and read them out. If I could have Ms. Coffey and Mr. and Mrs. Little please join me up here. Proclamation, the month of the Military Child 2021, and Purple Up for Military Kids Day. Whereas the month of April 2021, the city of Schertz observes the month of the military child, and on April 6, 2021, Purple Up for Military Kids Day, to honor the military families and their children for the sacrifices they made and the unconditional support to our armed forces. Whereas more than 1.7 million children under the age of 18 have at least one parent serving in the armed forces, and an estimated 900,000 children have had at least one or both parents deployed multiple times. Whereas the city of Schertz, along with the Texas Education Agency, are committed to ensuring military connects with students, are supported in our schools and various programs, and as our men and women in uniform focus on the challenges and the missions they face in the line of duty. Whereas in the month of April, citizens can show their support for the military children and appreciation for their strength and sacrifices by wearing purple, which represents the blending of the colors of all 5 branches of our armed services. Now, therefore, I, Ralph Gutierrez, Mayor of the City of Schertz, call upon all citizens of Schertz and upon all patriots, civic and education organizations to observe the month of April 2021 to be the month of the military child, and on April 15th, 2021 as Purple Up for Military Kids Day. So remember, wear that purple shirt on the 15th. Congratulations. Let me go ahead and just pass this on to you. Do you like to say a few words? Would any of you like to say a couple words?
You don't mind.
No, go ahead. Go ahead, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and members of the council. My name is Tim Farrell, and I'm the Senior Vice President and Chief Operating Officer of the Military Child Education Coalition. In 1986, former Secretary of Defense Caspar Weinberger declared the month of April as the month of the military child, and since then, organizations like so many of our peers across the country, and in particular the Military Child Education Coalition, headquartered right here in Central Texas, but serving nation and worldwide, is the National Advocate for the Purple Star Schools program. Exists solely to make sure that we advocate, collaborate, and educate to make sure that military children who face unique challenges for transition, for the sacrifices that their serving parents and their serving parents' spouses make, we want to make sure that we're creating the right environment, the right relationships with our school districts, and most importantly, the right relationships with our American citizens to make sure that every one of those military-connected children is college, work, and life ready. So again, Mr. Mayor, very grateful for the example that the city of Schertz is setting. Members of council, and we appreciate this city, we appreciate our home state of Texas, and we appreciate all the partnership and patriotism that great citizens like the citizens of Schertz exhibit to support our military children and our military families. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you. Thank you all. Thank you so much. Being a parent of a child, because when I was in the military, it's quite an adjustment. I know that my daughter had to adjust 5 different times every time we PCS, and it is quite a challenge, obstacles that they face, and we appreciate your service and also the service of the family members, because there's an ultimate sacrifice by everyone. Thank you so much. All right, we have another proclamation. That is Mr. or Mrs. Story. I'm sorry, I'm not sure. I didn't have. Okay. Okay, yeah, just please join me. Okay, I didn't have the proper heading here, so I didn't know whether it was Mr. or Mrs., so. All right, this is the City of Schertz proclamation, National Sexual Assault Awareness and Prevention Month in Schertz, Texas, April 2021. Whereas every 2 minutes, another person in the United States is sexually assaulted. And in Texas, 2 in 5 women and 1 in 5 men are victims of sexual assault. And in the fiscal year 2020, the Guadalupe Valley Family Violence Shelter rendered 940 services to 131 survivors of sexual violence. Whereas according to a study conducted by the Texas Association Against Sexual Assault and the University of Texas at Austin School of Social Work, approximately 6.3 million Texans have been sexually victimized. Whereas most victims are sexually assaulted by someone they know, and 91% of the victims did not report this to police officers. Whereas it is appropriate to salute the more than 20 million victims who have survived sexual assault in the United States and the efforts of victims, volunteers, and professionals who combat sexual assault. Whereas national and community organizations and private sector supporters should be recognized and applauded for their work in promoting awareness about sexual assault. Whereas police, forensic workers, and prosecutors should be recognized and commended for their hard work and innovative strategies to increase the percentage of sexual assault cases that are resolved in the prosecution and incarceration of the offenders. Whereas sexual violence is a persistent and pervasive problem in our society, one that requires attention year-round, and in order to foster healthy communities, all citizens must support the efforts and end sexual violence every month of the year. Whereas the national community organizations, businesses and private sectors, and the media are urged through national sexual assault awareness of sexual violence and strategies to decrease the incidence of sexual assault. Now, therefore, let it be resolved, I, Ralph Gutierrez, Mayor for the City of Schertz, hereby proclaim April 2021 as Sexual Assault Awareness and Prevention Month in Schertz, Texas, and call upon all citizens to join me in observing this month by supporting the goals and ideas of victims and those working towards awareness and prevention, and by participating in community efforts. Let me go ahead and present this to you here.
Hi, for those of you who don't know, my name is Hannah Klug, and I'm the Community Engagement Specialist and Sexual Assault Advocate with the Guadalupe Valley Family Violence Shelter. We are based in Seguin, but we serve Guadalupe, Gonzales, Karnes, and Wilson counties, and we've been here for around 25 years. So for those of you who are unaware of the services that we offer to the community, we are an emergency shelter. So we do offer emergency shelter for survivors of family violence, sexual violence, harassment, things like that. But we also provide non-residential services and rape crisis services as well. So a lot of that looks like hospital accompaniment or legal accompaniment, connections with legal resources and things like that, case status updates, and collaboration with other agencies in the community to work for the survivors' healing and overcoming of whatever they have been through. I just wanted to take this time to thank you as a community for allowing us to continue doing work in Guadalupe County and in Schertz, and giving us the opportunity to serve survivors and provide them with the support and resources that they are in need of. So thank you very much for having me and listening today.
We have one more proclamation. Ms. Adams, Ms. Austin. Hi, how are you? The City of Schertz Proclamation, Alcohol Awareness Month, April 2021. Whereas the City of Schertz and San Antonio Council of Alcohol and Drug Awareness supports the recommendations of the National Council of Alcoholism and Drug Dependency to highlight the importance of preventing excessive alcohol consumption among adults and the prevention of alcohol use among youths. Whereas Alcohol Awareness Month provides an opportunity to decrease the stigma and misunderstandings in order to dismantle the barriers to treatment and recovery, and thus makes seeking help more readily available to those who suffer from this disease. Whereas an estimated 88,000 people, approximately 62,000 men and 26,000 women die from alcohol-related causes annually, making alcohol the third leading preventable cause of death in the United States. Whereas research indicates that alcohol use during the teenage years could interfere with normal adolescent brain development and increase the risk of developing alcohol use disorders, and underage drinking contributing to a range of acute consequences, including injuries, sexual assault, and even deaths, including those from car crashes. Whereas individuals and families may experience increased stress due to this pandemic, along with the fears and anxiety which can be overwhelming, causing strong emotions and leading to increase in use of alcohol, which makes it important to know that telehealth and other online supports are available, accessible, and effective. Whereas the Guadalupe County Community Coalition recognizes that the only effective way to prevent excessive alcohol consumption is through a coordinated effort involving schools, law enforcement, retailers, faith community, healthcare workers, prevention leaders, policymakers, and parents to establish an atmosphere that supports awareness, prevention, education, and ongoing initiatives to encourage our youth to make smart choices. Now, therefore, let it be resolved that the mayor and the city council members of the city of Schertz hereby proclaim April 2021 to be the Alcohol Awareness Month. Would you like to say a few words?
Hi, my name is Vicki Adams. I'm a coalition director with the San Antonio Council on Alcohol and Drug Awareness, also known as SACADA. We mainly serve Bexar County, but we're branching out to Guadalupe, Comal, and Kendall County. In 2019, the Texas Health and Human Services Commission provided us with a 5-year grant to build a drug-free coalition within Guadalupe County. The coalition members represent many sectors of the community and work together to prevent underage drinking, non-medical use of prescription drugs, youth tobacco, and marijuana use. With me today is Amy Alston, your coalition coordinator for Guadalupe County. Amy's been working with community members on a monthly basis. Since COVID, they've been using Zoom to meet. I'd also like to thank Councilmember Allison Hayward for setting this up, this proclamation. She's been a coalition member for the past year. And then I would also like to introduce Honorable Kirsten Legore, Judge, Guadalupe County, Court at Law 2, who's a coalition member also. And thank you to Mayor Gutierrez and the City Council. And Amy has some gifts for the City Council members. Educational supplies.
Okay, we'll continue with our employee recognition. First, we have EMS.
Good evening, Mayor, Council, Dr. Brown. Tonight, the EMS department would like to introduce to you 4 new employees. First, I'd like to introduce to you our new administrative assistant, Adriana Rutledge. She started back in February. She's a native of Livonia, Texas, and just bought her first house with her husband in St. Hedwig. Adriana has about 2 years of administrative experience at HEB and Quality Power Distribution. Adriana is married to her husband, Josh. They have 2 kids, an 8-year-old daughter, Audrey, and a 3-year-old son, Raider. Adriana enjoys family time and staying active while reading. So please welcome Adriana to the city.
I'm really grateful for this opportunity and look forward to serving the community.
Well, welcome aboard. And I think we're going to keep everybody busy with this vaccine clinic, right?
We sure are. Next up, we have Michael Kerner. He's a full-time EMT with us. He started last month, March 15th. He's originally from West Des Moines, Iowa. Currently lives in Fair Oaks Ranch, Texas. Mike attended the University of Northern Iowa, obtained his undergrad degree before transferring to St. Mary's University here in San Antonio for graduate school. He's been in EMS for about a year. He's married to his wife, Laura, and they have twin 9-year-old girls, Alexandra and Eva. He enjoys the water, scuba diving, swimming, and also enjoys the hike. So welcome, Mike.
Mike's all yours, Mike.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Mayor, Council. My great opportunity and gratefulness for the city of Schertz for giving me the opportunity to continue to serve, and I look forward to doing this. Thank you very much.
Welcome to our team.
Next up, we have Tyler Wilson. He is a full-time paramedic with us. He also started back in March. He's from Odessa, Texas, moved around a lot while he was growing up. Lived in San Antonio for a while during his middle and high school years, and then he moved away for college and work. He and his wife recently moved back to the area, bought a house in New Braunfels. He attended the National EMS Academy in San Antonio to obtain his paramedic certification. He's been in EMS since 2017. Tyler married his wife Cece in November and enjoys time with their 2 dogs, Zoe and Odin. So welcome, Tyler.
I'd just like to thank you all for the opportunity to work here, and I look forward to serving the community of Schertz. So, thank you.
Well, welcome.
Last but not least, James Garcia. He's a full-time EMT with us as well. He started in March as well. Grew up in Petite, Texas. He moved to San Antonio in 2012. Currently lives in Converse. He attended Palo Alto College here in San Antonio, obtained his EMT certification before attending TEACS for paramedic school. He's looking forward to finishing up that certification. He's now been working in EMS for about 11 years. He's currently married with a 13-year-old son, and he enjoys spending time with family and his dogs. So welcome, James.
Thank you, Mayor and City Council. I just want to thank you for the opportunity to work for Schertz and to serve your community. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you. Thank you all for joining our team.
Thank you, Council.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, we have the City Secretary, Ms. Dennis.
Good evening, Mayor. I'd like to introduce Sheila Edmondson. She came on board with us March the 1st. Sheila was born in Vietnam in 1965 and was adopted into a family with 9 children, 6 natural and 3 adopted. Her father was in the Army, so her family moved around quite a bit. She said over the moving time with her father and with her husband being also in the Army, she's visited 41 of 50 states. She is married, has been married for 37 years. She has 2 children and 6 grandchildren. Sheila moved to Cibolo with her family in 2003 when the population was 3,400. Sheila came over from the city of Cibolo, where she was there for over 18 plus years. She started as a deputy court clerk, administrative assistant to the city manager, assistant city secretary, and the last job she had was executive assistant to the police chief. Some of her hobbies include quilting, crocheting, painting, and dabbling in photography. You hear about these little rocks that are painted. She's one of them that places little rocks in different places, and I just want to welcome Sheila.
Thank you, Council. It's been a robust month with Ms. Brenda, a great month, and I look forward to serving the city of Schertz as well as the citizens for this will hopefully be my last stop. So thank you very much for this opportunity.
No, thank you. Thank you for being part of our team, and I've seen the impact you made already in helping our city secretary. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir.
Next, we have Planning and Community Development. Ms. Delgado?
Good evening, Mayor, Council. Tonight I have the absolute pleasure of introducing our newest planner, James May, goes by Jimmy. He's from New Braunfels, Texas, graduated in 2018 from Texas State University with a degree in planning, urban and regional planning. He is married, and him and his wife have 2 black cats that absolutely just rule the roost. They're the rulers of the house. But we are just very happy to have Jimmy on board with us, and that's it.
Mike's all yours.
It's nice to meet you all. I'm hoping I can do what I can here. I want to say thank you to Emily and all the other planners for putting up with all the questions I've already had and just giving me the time of day to be here. So thank you, Emily, and for everything you've done so far.
We're super excited.
Awesome.
Thank y'all.
Welcome aboard. And next we have utility billing. No? Okay. All right, we'll continue with city events and announcements of upcoming events. Okay, Mr. James, got the floor.
I can take it off. Okay, so just a reminder, this Saturday we have the Nature Discovery Series. That's at Crescent Bend Nature Park, starts at 9:30. What's buzzing and blooming? So you get an idea of the theme there. If that's not enough for you, on Sunday, April 11th, we have Moving on Main. It's back. That's on Main Street from noon to 4 p.m. just for folks who live in that area. Road closures on Main Street start around 8 a.m., probably go till 7 p.m. Our next regular council meeting is Tuesday, April 13th. We're going to be doing a joint workshop with the Planning and Zoning Commission. So the meeting, that workshop will kick off at 5:30, half hour earlier than normal. And then just a reminder for council, I'm sure you guys are organizing on this, starting on Sunday, April 18th through May 23rd, we have the Adult Kickball League. So figure you guys are getting your team together, going forward, but that should be fun. You need to be 21 years of age and older, sponsored by the Schertz Parks and Recreation. Games are Sunday evenings, 6 to 10 p.m., April 18th through May 23rd. You can check the park's website to register.
All right, thank you, Mr. James. Next, announcements and recognitions by our city manager, Dr. Brown.
I have nothing tonight, Mayor.
Okay, announcements and recognitions by the mayor. I have none either. So we'll move on to the hearing of residents. This time is set aside for any person who wishes to address the city council. Each person is limited to 3 minutes, and before speaking, we ask for the record, before addressing the council, for the record, please state your name and address. Before we get started, I understand that the VFW signed for, and they deferred the time to the commander. Am I correct? Okay. So we'll go ahead and allow, could you please call the first one? And we'll let you speak, sir, since there's almost 12 minutes available, and I think it's only 6 minutes that you're asking for. So we won't interrupt you, all right? Okay.
So the first one is Henry R. Conway.
Okay. Good evening, Mayor Gutierrez and council members. I am Henry R. Conway, commander of VFW Post 8315, located at 1000 FM 78 here in Schertz, which is a nonprofit organization. First, I want to thank you for your service, either in the military or as a civil servant. The VFW is an open post. You do not have to be a member to enter, so the public is welcome. The purpose of the VFW is to help veterans and their families by providing a place where they can gather to be with their comrades, share similar experiences, where they are accepted, feel safe, and a familiar atmosphere to meet non-military people that comes into the post. More importantly, a place that provides financial assistance for our veterans from our relief fund, or assist them in applying for additional assistance from the National VFW or other nonprofit organizations. A place where the service officer processes VA claims, assists widows and widowers with their TRICARE and their VA process so that they can continue to receive income. Our post helps at an average 10 to 20 veterans and their families monthly. We also assist the community by providing donated handicap equipment, conduct food and clothing drives. 2 years ago, we assisted a veteran's wife, the husband passed away, and she wanted to donate a car to a Schertz family in need, and we did that 2 years ago. We also provide a no-charge meeting place. I apologize, I'm going to do this. A no-charge meeting place for several organizations and the Schertz residents, as in bereavement. So when somebody passes away, we have the separate room that can hold up to 60 people, and you can hold a reception there for bereavement. Okay. We also sponsor a Boy Scouts. The military uses our post for promotions and also for classes. The Boy Scout uses our facility at least 6 times a month. We either sponsor or support the following groups for providing them with either a meeting place or financial support. 3 Scout groups from Troop 512, the Mana Dance Studio, a large Asian Pacific cultural dance team, a large cornhole group for veterans and local residents, the Schertz Blue Knights Police Motorcycle Group, and just recently, New Braunfels Snapology. It's a children's program, and they're going to start for the summer, and they'll be there 5 days a week. So we will post it in our marquee. It is also a place for the community to meet and participate with post activities like dancing, celebrating with special occasions, and enjoy the company of our veterans and their families, and, you know, kind of shoot some war stories kind of stuff. We have annually given money to both the Clemens High School and Steele. Okay. We have in the past donated multiple homeless shelters, battered women organizations downtown, and the Fisher House and the VA. We also have given school supplies to Schertz and Cibolo schools. I say we have because prior to COVID, we were able to support other groups and organizations. We still do, but not as much due to the limited finances until we get back on our feet. Thanks to COVID and the snowstorm, we are experiencing major financial hardship. To add salt to injury, we had a major infrastructure repairs with our sewer system, major plumbing breaks, AC units, electrical system updates. Currently, our big hall is an all-metal building with a concrete foundation and has 5 direct exits to the outside with panic doors, buttons, and 2 exits through the building. The canteen is part concrete and wood with a metal roof and has 3 direct exits to the outside with panic door buttons and 3 exits through the building. This does not replace the sprinkler system, but it's what we have. The proposed ordinance, if passed, will eventually close our posts. Even with the grace period, I believe 3 years, it will not be enough due to our current financial status. It will close a meeting place for veterans, their families, and the community. It will stop any support and what little donations we can give to nonprofit groups and to the community. The fire prevention sprinkler system is a good thing, and we support it. But unfortunately, we just can't afford it. I ask you, council members, to please consider the hardship you are about to impose on our VFW. The future of our organization, like the VFW, is in your hands. Options. As a nonprofit organization, we are asking you to grant us a grandfather clause, excluding us from this ordinance. Other possibilities is if the city, state, or federal can provide a grant to allow us nonprofit organizations to comply with this, good ordinance that you are proposing. I would like to thank Councilwoman Allison Hayward. Thank you, ma'am, for your support. And, and by the way, we are having a show and shine on the 17th of April at the VFW. And on 5 June, we have a huge car show, at least 100 cars. This is just part of what we do as a fundraiser to replenish our current financial hardship. Thank you, Mayor Gutierrez, council members, for your time, support, and consideration. Stay blessed.
All right, Mayor Pro Tem, will you please call the next speaker?
Okay, so I believe David Garcia and Joe are there. Okay, so then we have, well, John, is it Hoft? Apologize.
Honorable Mayor, council members. I'm John Haft, the Grand Knight for the Knights of Columbus Good Shepherd Council. You might consider me to be like the president of the organization. I provided these my comments to you in the record so that you have them. We meet at Mikulski Hall at 509 Schertz Parkway. So my address is 509 Schertz Parkway. My personal address is 3487 Wozniak Road. I recently moved to Marion, but I still come here a lot. But our Mikulski Hall is across the street from the Schertz Veterans Memorial. The Mikulski Hall was built when Good Shepherd Catholic Church met in this building, now the Schertz City Council chambers. The Knights Council leased the Mikulski Hall from the Good Shepherd Columbus Club, and that the president of that will be speaking in a moment. The Columbus Club is a 501c2 nonprofit entity, and we're a 501c3. Regarding the agenda item number 8, Ordinance 21C09, Section 2, I'm glad the City of Schertz is considering revising the fire code to improve safety and interoperability with neighboring communities. This is a good thing because safety is especially important. The Knights of Columbus wants to have a safe environment. Section 2 requires existing structures install automatic sprinkler systems. Request this ordinance not apply to Mikulski Hall. As you know, the Columbus Club, the Knights of Columbus, conducts charitable actions for community, family, faith, and life. We use Mikulski Hall to conduct meetings, fish fry fundraisers, our community events such as Memorial Day, Independence Day, Senior Appreciation Dinner, Veterans Day, it's a polling location, and Good Shepherd Catholic Church festivals and other events. Mikulski Hall is also an event venue, rented for many events from quinceañeras, 15 or 16th birthday parties, weddings, craft shows, and a bar Y, Child Advocacy Center, Purse Bingo, luau's, and many other events. With its 600-person occupation limit and liquor license, Mikulski Hall is a great venue for many events in the city. The Good Shepherd Columbus Club manages and maintains Mikulski Hall with a separate legal entity from the Knights of Columbus. Many actions have been undertaken to improve the safety. Mikulski Hall is a metal building with a cement floor. It's isolated from other structures. In 2020, during the pandemic, the ceiling tiles were replaced with new fire retardant ceiling tiles. The small kitchen has a stove fire suppression system. We fry our fish outside to reduce fire risk, and we do not allow open flames at any events. There is little to burn inside. My time is up, I believe. Request the ordinance not apply to Mikulski Hall. If we're not exempt, it is likely Good Shepherd Columbus Club will not be able to afford automatic sprinkler system installation costs even over 3 years because of the spent their reserves during the pandemic. It would be greatly impact the Good Shepherd Columbus Club, and the Knights of Columbus may force us to close if it becomes too expensive to make the changes. If we must close, this would cost the community a strong supporter as well as an event venue. Thank you for your attention.
Okay. Mayor Pro Tem, please call the next speaker.
The last speaker is Jesse Gonzalez.
Good evening, Mayor, City Council, residents. My name is Jesse Gonzalez. I'm president of the Columbus Club. I don't want to go over a lot of stuff that the Grand Knight went over. We're a 501c2. We oversee the operation of the Mikulski Hall. A lot of residents in Schertz still refer to it as the Knights of Columbus Hall, which is a misnomer because they don't own property, they don't own the hall, but such as it is. Former Mayor Hal Baldwin was an active member of the Knights of Columbus, and they do hold their meetings and fundraisers here, okay? I am here in regard to the proposed ordinance, just like the Grand Knight, to tell you that it's a great idea, but for us right now, it would be a tremendous burden. We're not H-E-B or Home Depot that can drop 20, 30, 40,000 or whatever it will take to install this system. We barely survived the pandemic. And like I said, this will be a heavy burden. Starting in April, about this time last year, people started calling in, cancel, 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 deposits back. It got down to 0. But at the same time, the bills are still coming in. Taxes, insurance, utilities, supplies. You can imagine our reserves went all the way down, okay? Mikulski Hall, as the Grand Knight said, is a standalone building surrounded by huge parking lots, empty lots, Schertz Parkway in the front. We are approximately 100 feet from the nearest fire hydrant. And like he said, we have a fire suppression system over our stove and fire retardant ceiling tiles. We've always passed our inspections, and like he said, there are no pyrotechnics allowed at any of our events. And events are the lifeblood, the public events are the lifeblood of maintaining the hall. Whenever they rent and they pay us, that's how we pay our bills. So it's self-sustaining. So I ask you to reconsider imposing this burden on us at this time. Worst case scenario is that we would have to close and sell the property, and I think that would be a big loss to the community of Schertz. Thank you for your time.
All right, thank you. Ms. Dennis, is there any hearing the residents submit in writing? All right. We'll move on to consent agenda items. Consent agenda items are considered self-explanatory, and information packets are provided to council and available for public viewing. These items require no separate discussion unless requested by council. Item number 1, minutes. Consideration or action regarding the approval of the minutes of our regular meeting on March 23rd, 2021. Item number 2, resolution number 21R21. Consideration or action approving a resolution by the City Council of the City of Schertz, Texas, authorizing a contract with M&C Fonseca Construction Company Incorporated relating to the construction of the FM 1103 sewer expansion project and authorizing a budget expenditures for the project. Item number 3, resolution number 21R26, consideration or action approving a resolution by the City Council of the City of Schertz, Texas, authorizing EMS debt revenue adjustments, utility debt revenue adjustments, and Schertz Magazine debt revenue adjustments for certain inactive outstanding receivables and other matters in connection therewith. Item number 4, resolution number 20R29, consideration or action approving a resolution by the City Council of the City of Schertz, Texas, authorizing the city manager to sign a letter of intent with Sterling McCall Ford for the purchase of 1 new ambulance for fiscal year 2021 and 2022. Item number 5, ordinance number 21S08, Consideration or action approving an ordinance by the City Council of the City of Schertz, Texas, on a request to rezone approximately 58 acres of land from single-family residential agricultural to Planned Development District, PDD, located approximately 1,560 feet northwest of intersection FM 1518 and Worthing Road, also known as Bexar County Property Identification Numbers 310073, 310106, 310101, 310105, 310104, 310078, 115-7215, 310077, and 310083, City of Schertz, Bexar County, Texas, and this is our final reading. Item number 6, resolution number 21R28, consideration or action approving a resolution authorizing the revised bylaws of the Planning and Zoning Commission and other matters in connection therewith. Mayor Pro Tem, please read the others.
Item number 7, resolution number 21R27, consideration and/or action approving a resolution by the City Council of the City of Schertz, Texas, authorizing temporary employees to help manage the COVID-19 vaccine clinics. Item number 8, ordinance number 21C09, consideration and/or action approving an ordinance by the City Council of the City of Schertz, Texas, amending the Code of Ordinances of the City of Schertz, Chapter 30, Fire Prevention and Protection by amending existing international codes and adopting new international codes, providing for a period of compliance for certain provisions, providing for severability, providing for a fine of not more than $500 for each offense unless said violation is a violation of a regulation governing fire safety, public health, and sanitation, then by a fine of not more than $2,000 for each offense. Final reading. Item number 9, resolution number 21R30, consideration and/or action approving a resolution by the City Council of the City of Schertz, Texas, authorizing a police uniform agreement with Nardis, Inc. Item number 10, ordinance number 21C07, consideration and/or action approving an ordinance amending the Schertz Code of Ordinances, Chapter 18, Buildings and Building Regulations by repealing existing international codes and adopting new international codes, and adopting the revised Schertz Code of Ordinance, Chapter 18, Building and Building Regulations. Final reading. Item number 11, Resolution 21R31, consideration and/or action approving a resolution by the City Council of the City of Schertz, Texas, authorizing an interlocal cooperation contract agreement with the Texas Parks and Wildlife Department and other matters in connection therewith. Item number 12, boards, commission, and committee appointments, consideration and/or action appointing Mr. Richard Gonzalez to the Historical Preservation Committee. And item number 13, resolution number 21R19, consideration and/or action approving a resolution by the City Council of the City of Schertz, Texas, authorizing a contract for bank depository services between the City of Schertz and Schertz Bank and Trust.
Thank you. All right, I've been made aware that additional information has been made available for items number 2 and item number 8, and will be pulled from consent agenda items. Council, is there any other items that need to be removed? Yes, Mayor. Yes, Council Member Scott.
Yes, number 5, ordinance number 21-S-08, and number 8, ordinance number 21-C-09.
Okay. Council, any others? Yes, Council Member Davis.
We pull items number 7 and number 13.
7 and 13. Okay. Council, any others? Okay, we're pulling out items number 2, 5. I'm sorry, 2, 5, 8, 7, and 13. 2, 5, 7, 8, 13. Okay. Let me mark these down here. Okay. All right, let's go ahead and go down to item. So we got 1, 3, 4, 6, 9, 10, 11, and 12. Okay. Is there a motion to approve?
So move. Second.
Okay. Motion was made by Councilmember Davis. The second came from?
Scagliola and then Davis.
Okay. Scagliola made the second?
He made the motion.
Okay. Scagliola made the motion. Davis made the second. Okay. And that's to approve agenda items 1, 3, 4, 6, 9, 10, 11, and 12. Council, any other comments? Not. Let's go ahead and call for the vote.
Aye.
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 Okay, we have 7 ayes, no objection, motion passes. All right. We'll move on to item number 2. Resolution number 21R21, consideration or action approving a resolution by the City Council of the City of Schertz, Texas, authorizing a contract with M&C Fonseca Construction Incorporated related to the construction of FM 1103 sewer expansion project and authorizing the budget expenditures for the project. Mr. Kelm, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mayor. Again, Charles Killen, Assistant City Manager. We've been, as the council knows, we've been working really hard with the property owner for Corridor Oaks to come to an agreement to extend the wastewater main extension line from the corner of Walgreens and Corridor Oaks Road across the easement of Walgreens and then across the property front of Corridor Oaks. We were able to come to an agreement with Mr. Kahn. In your package tonight, you see that signed agreement with Mr. Kahn, the property owner. So the reason we wanted to have a conversation tonight is originally the project was, the resolution was just to address the project across the Walgreen portion. Mr. Kahn, with his agreement late last week, now has agreed to extend that across the front of his property. So we'd like to request your permission for Dr. Brown to sign that agreement with Mr. Kahn to finalize it. It is what we agreed to and have discussed all along, with him extending it, the 8-inch main across his property and granting the easement to the city as required. So this is just simply so that we can bring this, get Dr. Brown to sign the agreement and for us to make this action complete tonight. Any questions for me?
All right, thank you, Mr. Kelm. Council, any questions? No questions? Is there a motion to approve Resolution 21R21?
So moved.
Second.
We have a motion by Councilmember Dalla, second by Councilmember Hayward. Council, any other comments? If none, let's call for the vote.
Aye.
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 Aye. Aye.
Aye.
We have 7 ayes, no objection, motion passes. All right, we'll move on to item number 5. Ordinance number 21S08, consideration and action approving an ordinance by the City Council of the City of Schertz, Texas, on a request to rezone approximately 58 acres of land from single-family residential agricultural to planned development district located approximately 1,560 feet northwest of the intersection of 1518 and West Seguin Road, also known as Bexar County Property Identification Numbers 310073, 310016, 310101, 310105, 310104, 310078, 1157215, 310077, and 310083, City of Schertz, Bexar County, Texas, final reading. Ms. Delgado, you have the floor.
Good evening, Mayor, Council. So just to get your bearings from the last meeting, the subject property here is outlined in green. It is approximately 58 acres, split into multiple tracts. We did do all of the required noticing for the public hearing that was at P&Z and for the meeting, the March 23rd public hearing. So this is the 8 individual tracts that makes up the 58 acres, and the proposal is essentially to zone this to the planned development district, the Crossvine development. It'll have all of the same requirements as Module 1. So all of those unique characteristics that make the Crossvine, the meandering, the pods, the landscaping, all of that will be incorporated to this 58 acres as well. It is all proposed to be single-family residential. So as you can see here, the 58 acres does butt into the property that's already zoned as part of the Crossvine PDD. It was heard at the March 23rd meeting and was approved on first reading, and staff is still making a recommendation of approval.
Turn that off. All right, council, any comments? I think, yes, Ms. Councilmember Scott, you pulled it. Go ahead.
Yes, so can you speak to the 5-foot, is it easement or what's it called, the 5-foot, pardon? Setback? Is that standard or?
So the 5-foot building setback that was incorporated into the original Crossvine PDD, it is smaller than our other zoning districts. So like our R1, the 80 by 120 does have a 10-foot building setback, but that was part of the existing Crossvine PDD design standards, and it's just a continuation of that.
Okay, I did vote yay on this one, but it's kind of been bothering me a little bit because as I've researched, you make decisions based on the information that you have at the time, and then as you dig deeper, new things come to light or what have you. I voted for this because Crossvine seems like a self-contained community. It's set back from 1518. It's a really nice neighborhood from what I've, seen driving through it and around it and so on. I'm very concerned. I did read the comments of some of our constituents. I'm kind of concerned about the congestion, and I'm in a conundrum because we can't escape the growth. We cannot get away from it, but we have to try to control it. A few weeks ago in council, one of the members said the market wants garden homes and they want houses with smaller yards. And some of these have pretty small yards, as I recall, like 5,000, 5,500, something like that on the lower end of them. Is this correct? Right?
Yes. So these are proposed to be the majority as the DSFR1, which is 50 by 110s, but it could be a mix of 50 by 110s, 60 by 120s, or 70 by 120s.
Okay, so we don't have the allocations yet. This is just conceptual, or?
It's strictly conceptual because it's just the PDD. They would have to come in for the master development plan, which is when we would have those exact numbers of how many lots are going to fall into each category.
I'd like to know that. And Mr. James, I was thrilled when you said we're going to have a joint meeting at 5:30, so hopefully I can get off work on time to get to that. Is that April 19th? Or when was the date of that? April 13th, so next week. Okay, fantastic. Okay, so I want to leave you with this, and I don't know, I'm just going to say it. This reminded me of the proverb where the merchant said he found his donkey hay because the donkey preferred hay, but a wise old man said, it's because you do not offer your donkey oats. And so every person I've talked to who's moving in these they're nice houses, but tiny little yards, and they're mostly millennials, and I've talked to quite a few of them, it's not because they want the small yard, that's all that's being built. There's an article from the Dallas Morning News. The average new home size across the country is declining in response to there's higher housing prices and all that. Going back to people wanting larger yards, a construction company, Taylor Morrison, surveyed 1,000 people, and 56% of buyers, they'd be willing to sacrifice a larger house for a larger yard. And they want it for a place for their kids to play and the traffic. So we're going to be looking at traffic and congestion as we move on. And we need to wrap, I'm so glad we're going to meet with P&Z. We need to wrap our hands around what we're going to do. And I'm going to close with some statistics on this. In 2005, I couldn't find the median house price for Schertz, but in Dallas-Fort Worth, it was $176,000. Last year, it was $350,000. The prices of houses are going through the roof. By the same token, the yards are getting smaller and smaller, and 60% of buyers want to purchase in the suburbs. That's us, so we can expect more people moving in. And more than 3/4 want a traditional single home and not townhouses or condos. So I just want to urge caution that as we continue to grow, that we don't just make sure, and the comments from the citizens, congestion and traffic and all of that, we have to be able to mitigate some of that growth. And then the developers finally, when I was talking to the head of P&Z, he was saying, you know, well, the developer's saying it's what the market will bear, this is affordable. Well, the word affordable is a very relative term. What I can afford and what somebody else can afford might be two different things, and then there's no constraints on the developer because we don't put parameters. You're going to sell, you know, it's a free market system, like you have to sell for this or this. But I kind of wanted to get that off my chest because last week it was, or 2 weeks ago, it was kind of bothering me because I'm like, I wanted to say that. And so there we go.
Okay, Council, any other comments? Yes, Councilman Scagliola.
Yeah, I also don't like congestion. I don't like density. I've been very vocal about it in the past. The thing is, this is the Crossvine, which is a planned community. Sat down a long time ago, and we developed the guidelines for the Crossvine and set up the TERS. This is consistent with the type of housing that is going in that general neck of the woods. It's simply a continuation of it. Would I love to see larger lots? Yeah, you bet. But that isn't what we agreed to when we set out the details for the PDD. I'm looking forward to a sit-down with the Planning and Zoning Commission because, quite frankly, I think sometimes PDDs are used really as a way to get around we didn't really prohibit, small lots. We just kind of discouraged them. But a PDD is a way to get around that. I'm very much in favor of setting percentages for the small lots, medium-sized lots, and larger lots. But this particular plot of land is still consistent with the terms and agreements that we made with the Crossvine. And that's why I made the motion, and that's why I'm willing to do it again. Mayor, with your approval, I'll make a motion to approve ordinance number 21S08 on final reading.
Second.
Okay. Council, any other comments? Okay, we have a motion by Councilmember Scagliola, second by Councilmember Dalla to approve ordinance number 21S08. No other comments? Let's go ahead and call for the vote.
Aye.
Aye. Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
We have 7 ayes, no objection, motion passes. All right, we'll move on to item number 7, resolution number 21R27. Consideration or action approving a resolution by the City Council of the City of Schertz, Texas, authorizing temporary employees to help manage the COVID-19 clinics. All right.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Cade Long, Fire Chief. And I've got a quick slide here, just one slide just showing kind of real quick some of the job duties. So we've got kind of a lead staff person and then just some other support staff positions, and just working directly with the Emergency Management Division and Fire to help with pre and post clinic activities, a lot of paperwork afterwards. So this was intended just to allow city staff to kind of start getting back to more normal job functions within the departments and allow us to continue holding vaccine clinics as we go forward and getting more to where these positions would take care of all the ancillary supplies, restocking, ordering supplies. So then it just becomes more of a shot day. We show up and everything's ready to go, all the paperwork's in place and ready to go, all the copies and cards have been made and stamped and all those types of things. So.
All right, thank you, Chief. Councilmember Davis, you pulled this item. Any questions you have?
Yes. Several questions. Are these projected to be part-time personnel or full-time personnel, or a mixture of both?
So the way it's set up is they're temporary staff, so they can be full-time or part-time. It's just at the need of that week, depending on what the activities are that week. They could be asked to work 40 hours that week. or they could be asked to work 10 hours that week, just depending on the needs of the shot clinics that week. It's an end date of like June 15th for their temporary employment status.
We as a city in the past have had various contracts and agreements with staffing agencies to provide temporary personnel across any department as we were short-staffed, somebody was out for maternity or something like that. Are we going through a staffing agency, or are we doing this in-house with our HR department?
So at the current way it's set up is we're just going through our current HR department and taking some people that have been working it, some people that have been working as volunteers, asking them to come on as a temporary staff member. So it's kind of been a little bit of everything.
Well, again, there's no doubt. I've taken 3 days off of work to work the shot clinics for the city, and it's an impressive feat that the city pulls off. It has certainly taken its toll on our city employees, and they certainly can use some help. I do have some concerns, though, about taking volunteers that we've had and now converting them to temporary employees. I'm not quite, I mean, in the past we've used staffing agencies when we were short bodies to bring people in for whatever reason. I'm not sure I agree with the idea of taking people that have been volunteering and now offering or converting them to temporary employee positions. I think that's one of those things where potentially we can open up a precedent or set a precedent that, you know, where do we get down the line where we have someone that works Jubilee every year and says, well, I work Jubilee every year, so why don't I get paid for when I work Jubilee? It's sort of blurring the lines of the volunteer program with our staff. Again, you certainly do need the staff, and I'm not going to stand in the way of bringing on 8, 10, 12, whatever you need to put on a shot clinic, not when we're in a health crisis like this. I just think it's kind of odd that we look from a pool of volunteers to now pay them, because if we're paying them now, they're not volunteers. It sort of blurs the lines on a volunteer program and then city staffing policies going forward. You know, in the past, the city used to put on a big volunteer banquet for all of our volunteers, and that sort of has waned over the years. We certainly do use a lot of volunteers in a bunch of different departments, and from my personal opinion, I think we need to find a way to say thank you to those that step up and serve the community. I'm just kind of leery of taking existing volunteers and now saying we're going to make you a temporary employee. I can see how this can set a bad precedent and spiral out of control. Again, I'm all for it, but I would rather see, if we're going to need temporary staff, that we would go through a staffing agency to bring on those personnel like we have in the past. That's it.
Okay. Mayor Pro Tem Whitaker.
I made an assumption when I read this, but I'm sure you could clarify. There was a financial, obviously, impact because we're going to be paying additional employees, but we do have money coming in that's specifically to deal with COVID-related things. So is that where the pay is coming from?
Yeah, there's actually 2 different funding mechanisms that can reimburse for these positions or this time.
Okay, so just to clarify, I understand the concern, and I would be, you know, I wouldn't want to set a precedent either. However, I think you could separate it by saying this is not just a administrative. I mean, we could certainly train a new person to do some of these things, but we have specific funding to take care of things that are over and above your normal operation because of COVID, and that's essentially what this is. And some of these volunteers have probably already put in 40 hours, you know, I mean, there are several that are there every single week and every day from beginning to end, from like 7:30 in the morning till 7 at night. So, and they haven't been paid for months. So I don't see it. I think I think you could very clearly distinguish this from some of the other programs that we have. I would like to see it, you know, get back to more volunteer appreciation and volunteer involvement as well. But I do see this as a separate type activity, and since we have specific funding, I mean, federal government's giving us a lot of money to handle these things and make sure that we can do our part to get the vaccinations out. I think that this is a good place to use that money and ensure that the staff members, the regular staff members, are getting back to their regular duties, because all of those have not waned during this time. So I'm sure they are stretched thin. So
Yes, ma'am.
I think it's a good idea.
It was really just about consistency and speed. And then there are some very special technical jobs of that part as well on some of the data entry components. And so this was really just to provide consistency so that we're not looking for a different group of volunteers each week, but we can assign some duties to people that are going to be more consistent. And you never know when, a volunteer is going to wear out or run out of steam. And so this is just meant to provide consistency in that setup.
Okay. Councilmember Scott?
All righty, so I'm going to go there, and I hadn't even planned to say this. Today, I called HR. Mayor Gutierrez didn't know about it. Dr. Brown didn't know about it. I called because I heard through the grapevine. I haven't been able to go to one clinic because I work and I'm out of sick days.
Right.
I heard that Raquel Gutierrez has been a force of nature and putting in long hours and doing what it takes to get the job done. So I called HR to see if she could be a compensated volunteer without violating nepotism laws, because she's doing it from the bottom of her heart, etc. I could not do that. I mean, I found out that and it was just an idea, because I thought a servant's worthy of their labor, and they are. And that just popped in my head, because I have heard it from probably 5 or 6 people in the community who have approached me and just said, have you seen this woman go? Oh my God. I mean, it's amazing. And so, to say, well, y'all can do it, but then this one can't. It's not fair, but life's not fair. And that's what I tell Mercedes. Okay, I get it. Life's not fair. That's fine. But I agree that there could be problematic with people who have done long hours, and then suddenly it can get political very fast. But I wanted to throw that out there. I didn't mean to embarrass you, Mayor. I didn't call anybody. I'm just letting it know on the record that the mayor's wife's doing a yeoman's work, and we do appreciate that. And I'm with you about doing something for these volunteers. I think we should,
We absolutely will do that, and I will definitely echo your point with the mayor's wife, Raquel. She has been unbelievably bringing in volunteers by 60, 80, 100. I mean, it's just been unreal, the amount of work that she has provided us and to help us staff all those positions each week. So I take my hat off to her as well. It's a late night job, an early morning job, and all throughout the day job. So I would echo your sentiment.
Thank you all for your comments. Councilmember Dalla?
So I certainly support this idea. The volunteer effort has been phenomenal, but this is an effort that's going to continue on for the foreseeable future, and definitely we're going to at some point tap out that pool of volunteers and burn them out. Councilman Davis did bring up some valid concerns about how we go about implementing it, and that does concern me to some degree. I also see the benefit that if we have these people that are volunteering on a regular and consistent basis, becoming those paid employees, that they've already been trained, they know what to do, they know how to do it. It definitely shortens the learning curve on that. But I tend to lean in that direction that, like Mayor Pro Tem Whitaker said, that this is kind of a one-of type of situation. It's unique. Hopefully we never have anything again like this in our lifetimes. But we definitely need to find some help for the staff that is going to be there consistent, regular, knows what to do and knows how to do it, to take some of that burden off. Because I've seen you guys are burning the candles from both ends, and we definitely need to do this. We just need to be thoughtful and considerate about how we're doing this, and if we do go down the road of bringing in some of these volunteers, how are we going to tell those that we choose not to hire, that their services are no longer wanted, or that they're not valued enough, and that becomes a real challenge, because that person may not ever want to volunteer again, and that's the challenge of this. We'll work through it. We'll muddy our way through the waters, but yes, we need to do this, and we need to find the right way to do it.
Thanks.
Councilmember Hayward.
I support this, and being at the vaccine clinics in the beginning, I've tapered off a little bit, and knowing the people that probably will be the ones that get this job, they not only are working during the clinic, they have come up and worked through the night, have taken things home. They're already trained. They know what to do, and trying to bring someone else in when we're already toward the tail end of this, I think would be a disservice to the emergency management staff, for them to try to train someone when they got this. The person, they can communicate with Summer and Chief and know exactly what to do, when to do it, how to do it, and it just runs seamlessly. And these people are putting in more hours, and I think with COVID being something different, it's easy to kind of go with this is what we did for COVID, because we had these people here every day, all day, even on weekends, and this is one-off. If you're talking about Jubilee or some other thing, typically people are volunteering when they can, a few hours here, a few hours there. These people have actually been doing like a full day's work and then some with overtime, and they're really working hard. And I think this is something that we need to do just to get through, as he said, through June 15th, and then we're done. Maybe, possibly, it may come back again. We don't know, but I think that's how we differentiate from a regular volunteer and someone like the volunteer that we're hiring now for this particular thing, because COVID is different for all of us for many reasons. Even the vaccine is different than the flu vaccine and how it came about. And I think this is just the right way to compensate them. And then it's also a way for accountability. So there's now staff, they're accountable, and that's the way it is, and you're not worried about whether they're just going to say, well, I'm done. Because they're doing some amazing jobs with this vaccine and the things they do. So I think it's worth it.
Council, any other comments? I'd just like to say a couple of comments myself. Councilmember Davis.
I don't want to step on your comments.
No, go ahead.
Again, I fully support the program. I've been at the clinics. I understand the workload. I understand this is a one-up. I appreciate everything every one of those volunteers have done, and all the staff members. I'm just wanted to point out again that this, even though this is a one-up, this is a potential pitfall going forward when you're blending volunteer programs with, now we're creating temporary employees out of that pool. So without your comments yet, though, I'll go ahead and make a motion to approve 21R27.
I'll second.
Okay, motion was made by Councilmember Davis and second by Councilmember Scott. And before we open it up for the vote, I'd also like to make a couple comments. I look at the chamber and I see a lot of our volunteers here also, and I appreciate everything you have done for this community. Your service to our community, it's very much appreciated. And it's very hard to tell you exactly how we feel that you all stepped up and provided. But also, we have to have consistency, and I think this is the issue that's come up, is that consistency, because we do have volunteers that are coming in, and there's certain portions of the operation that we need that consistency. Without it, it could actually diminish our allocations, or not even get any allocations for the vaccine. And it's an important part of the operation. Some of the volunteers work every day, pre-vaccine clinic, during vaccine clinic, and post-vaccine clinic. And that's what I think we're trying to get here, is that consistency And again, I appreciate everyone that has volunteered and provided for this community. And with that, we have a motion by Councilmember Davis and second by Councilmember Scott to approve resolution number 21R27. Any other comments? If not, let's call for the vote.
Aye.
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 Aye. Aye.
We have 7 ayes, no objection, motion passes. All right, we'll move on to item number 8, ordinance number 21C09, consideration or action approving an ordinance by the City Council of the City of Schertz, Texas, amending the Code of Ordinance of the City of Schertz, Chapter 30, Fire Prevention and Protection, by amending existing international codes and adopting new international codes, providing for a period of compliance for certain provisions, providing servability, providing a fine of not more than $500 for each offense unless said violation is a violation of regulation governing fire safety, public health, or sanitation, then by a fine of not more than $2,000 for each offense. This is our final reading, and this was pulled up because we have additional information. Chief, you have the floor.
Thanks, Mayor. Cade Long, Fire Chief again. This is Ben Boney, our acting fire marshal. So again, after our last discussion and some of the feedback that we got from council, we again went looking around the area at what some others had done. Some hadn't done really anything different. Others, like San Antonio, had made some compromise as well. And, let me scoot on. And to Councilmember Hayward's point, whenever we brought this to you and discussed this and talking about why this was set up in the code this time, we always referred to some of the nightclub fires previously as kind of what drove this change into the code this year, or in the 2018 code updates this time. So again, what we kind of feel meets the intent of what the code was going after. Again, we're just proposing here on that section 2 that's in the ordinance, just a simple change to add the word nightclub in there. So this code would essentially be identified as nightclubs that are defined in our UDC having an occupant load of 300 and more. The ones that have spoke earlier would be bars or taverns or banquet halls, and so this would identify kind of the intent of the code and point out nightclubs. So this was one change that we proposed after staff and council interactions last meeting. And then second one was on the next one here from Councilwoman Whitaker, just talking about some clarifications in our section 903 where it called for a firewall in the building code. We've modified that to create a separation barrier in the residential code instead of the building code in that, so that will provide some relief to some of the homeowners in some of the larger houses that are being constructed, and separating using a barrier definition instead of a firewall, which a firewall definition is much more stringent and much harder to meet.
Okay. All right, Councilmember Scott.
Oh, well, that was a nice surprise. You just, wow. That I think, and correct me if I'm wrong, I think that took care of the problems that we were discussing last week. So, wow. The power of words. Just to change that.
Just a few.
Thank you. Yeah, good job.
Yes, Mayor Pro Tem Whitaker.
So thank you. I agree. I think that resolves the issue, and we had kind of talked about it. So I think, and I've talked to some other people, and I feel comfortable with that change. So my question is, how does that word get out to the people who actually implement that? Basically, the new construction builders who have been doing this for a while and having to modify their structure. Do we have a way to get that out?
Essentially, I mean, we'll put that on our website, but that will also get looked at whenever they come in to pull permits and things as well.
So prior to the plan, because I know some, if they have a floor plan that already encompasses the square footage that they would have had to modify, and now that they don't, it will save them time and money, obviously. Do they get that information, or will they have access to that before they make those plans to modify or build?
Yeah, I believe we can send it out to the Builders Association as well.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Hayward?
Thank you, Chief, for looking into something else that will save the VFW at Mulaski Hall. So I appreciate it. So they can go back to doing the business that they need to do for the community.
Councilmember Scagliola?
Yeah, when I made the motion to approve this, it was done so with the understanding that we wouldn't go out creating a hardship for any of our small businesses, and because there are often workarounds to a lot of these types of situations, and I got the nod from your general direction. So thanks so much, Chief. Now the designation of the nightclub satisfies part of the concerns I had, but when I was reading through the notes, I think I found something that went even further for existing buildings. It says when trying to consolidate, and this is page 122 of our agenda items. When trying to consolidate this section, one sentence was omitted from this section that was added back in the final version. It reads as follows: requirements of this section shall apply to existing buildings if there is a change of occupancy type use, an increase in square footage, occupant load that exceeds section requirements, or a remodel renovation involving more than 25% of the building. And I think that really satisfies the requirements that I was looking for. And so thank you so very much for returning that into the final version. That's all I have, sir.
Okay, Councilmember Dollar.
Just want to say thank you to staff for finding a solution to the issue with the VFW Hall and the Mikulski Hall. They're two great organizations in our community, have a long history, and I'm glad we're finding a way to not have a negative impact on them. And I think the solution's appropriate. And Mayor, if you'll indulge me, I'll make a motion that we approve Ordinance 21C09.
Second.
Okay. We have a motion by Councilmember Dollar, second by Councilmember Scagliola. Councilmember Davis, any comments?
Yes, sir. Just to make sure we don't run into any potential problems, this is maybe a Brian James question. What is the definition difference between a nightclub, a tavern, and a bar?
The main definition that points out at a nightclub is a dance floor or dancing area. The primary setup inside the structure is a dance floor. That's really the primary difference that points out the difference between them.
Okay, so if they have a spot for a band or DJ and an established dance floor, that makes it a nightclub, versus if they just have a regular floor and a stage for a band, that might be a bar.
Yes.
Okay. I just wanted to make sure we weren't, as I've taken my bride dancing at the VFW a couple times, and I want to make sure that we're not running into a potential problem just on the basis of the terminology, that's all.
Any other comments? No other comments?
Mayor, could I interject real quick just to ask on if we make the motion, we've got to make it with the proposed changes?
Okay. Councilmember Dollar, would you like to make those adjustments to your motion?
Yeah, I'll amend my motion to reflect the changes.
All right.
Second.
And the second still stands. Okay, we have a motion to approve ordinance 21C09 with the adjusted changes, and it was motion was made by Councilmember Dollar and second by Councilmember Scagliola. Any other comments? Now let's go ahead and call for the vote.
Aye.
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 We have 6 ayes, no objection. Motion passes. Thank you, Chief. All right, we'll move on to resolution, item number 13, resolution number 21R19, consideration or action approving a resolution by the City Council of the City of Schertz, Texas, authorizing a contract for bank depository services between the City of Schertz and the Schertz Bank and Trust. Okay, Mr. Walters, you have the floor.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is James Walters. I'm the Finance Director for the City of Schertz, and I can answer any questions you have over the RFP and the recommended resolution contract.
Okay, Councilmember Davis, you pulled this one out, so the floor is yours.
Yes, thank you. Good work. Again, reading the what we have in our packet, thanks to the 3 entities that provided proposals for being the depository for the City of Schertz. I'm sure any one of them would do a fantastic job, and it would be great to work with any one of them. My question goes more to the internal city processes that are reflected in our packet. Specifically, the evaluation summary. We've had conversations like this in the past. I recall one that dealt with support for the city magazine with regards to graphics and web pages and stuff like that. Can you explain? I just don't understand the evaluation summary page, and specifically the criteria and the weighted values that we have on there. And I say that because, like, when we go out for a bond or to reservice a bond, we look for the best interest rate, the best financial aspect for the city. And looking at what's in our packet, some of it, I don't know if I agree with or understand the math. Bank history and financial strength, to me, is important, and it's an objective criteria that we can look at. How long that bank has been established, what they have within their deposits and their portfolio. Same thing with performance. Financial benefits, to me, ought to be the driving criteria. Unless I'm mistaken, if we're talking about a depository, there's 2 factors that probably come into play. One is what interest is paid to the city based on deposits that we have in account with the bank. And the second would be what cost does the city incur, what fees are in there. And ideally, we'd like to see somebody or have somebody with a high interest rate and a low fee. And of course, you know, because that would certainly trump somebody that's giving us low interest and high fees. But we have 40 points out of 100 for customer service, and I don't understand how customer service plays into the evaluation process to that degree.
Well, the main issue we have with customer service and what we're looking for is bank responsiveness to issues. If we have an issue, we want to be able to resolve it quickly and timely. We want to have access to a person with authority to make those things happen. And so on a day-to-day basis operationally, that's a really big important step for us.
And again, that makes sense. I mean, I have several bank accounts with various different banks. And I can certainly, if you ask me about, you know, I have bank accounts with USAA and Randolph Brooks, Security Service, Bank of America, Schertz Bank. And if you ask me about customer service for the banks that I have accounts with, I could probably give you input on the customer service and how responsive each one is. But I can't evaluate customer service with Wells Fargo. I don't have an account with Wells Fargo, and I don't deal with Wells Fargo. So, I mean, I understand the aspect of customer service, but I don't understand how that's 40 out of 60 points when we're dealing with banks that we don't deal with. So how would, to me, that's such a subjective response. If we don't routinely deal with the other banks or the other individuals that gave proposals, I'm wondering if that's just not skewed a bit.
What we're looking for is the authority written in the agreement of our bank manager or point of contact over the specific branch, and what their processes are to, if we have an issue, is it an electronic submission? Are we going to get back within 48 hours? Is it a day? And one thing that Frost usually scores a little bit lower on is our bank manager is not even in the city. He's usually in Austin is what they put on there, not directly over the bank manager. And one of the strong points with this Schertz Bank and Trust is we get assigned to the CEO of Schertz Bank and Trust, their main branch, who can resolve things very quickly at the location we go to. We've looked at it before, and we've asked follow-up questions to, let's say, Frost as an example, because they have a branch in Schertz, and they're usually one that often submits proposals. There's nobody at the branch that would be able to satisfy any of our issues. They would direct us over to another office who's not even around. The mayor may not be there, and they can't help us within a day. So what we're looking for is someone with that authority that we feel can make those issues happen or get resolutions quickly.
Again, I understand, dealing with contracts in my job, I understand that, that vetting these proposals is not an easy task, and there's always variables on there. But, at the end of the day, I look at it from the viewpoint like we do with bonds. We look for the best interest rate to save the city money. To me, going forward in our next round, I would like to see maybe a reassessment of our evaluation table, and I think financial benefits, specifically financial benefits to the city with regards to what interest we retain or we receive for our deposits and what fees we pay. I would kind of think that at the bottom line, that ought to carry a heavier weight than 20 out of 100 points. The bottom line is we're trying to save our residents money and be as prudent as possible with all of our dollars. Again, it's not an issue now, but I think going forward, I would advocate that we look at this table going forward at some point, and perhaps have our members of our audit committee or have council weigh in on what factors ought to play into this, just like we do with our other contracts. It's not always the low bid. I get that. Sometimes you go out for a contract and the low bid is the best option. But sometimes it's the value of the bid. If you go out for a street repair or a street or mowing, and the one guy says this is the low bid, but he's going to do it once a week, and the other guy's a little bit more, but he says he's going to do it every day, a better value with the second contract, and it's worth paying a little bit extra more. But again, I think in looking at the whole package, some of the way the points are weighted out seemed a bit out of sync to me. Anyway, that's just a personal vibe. Thank you.
That's a good comment.
Oh, one other thing in the package. Let me find it real quick. In the bank depository agreement that's in our package, Section 2, designation of custodian, y'all have the wrong bank listed.
Schertz Bank and Trust custodial bank is Frost Bank.
Oh, it's now Frost Bank?
Schertz Bank's custodian is Frost Bank. Schertz Bank has an agreement with Frost Bank for custodial services. Basically, Frost is guaranteeing Schertz Bank and Trust.
Okay, and that works.
Okay. Before I recognize Councilmember Scott here, Councilmember Davis brought up some interesting points for future consideration, and one of those should be locally. I understand that sometimes these contracts are just minor. The dollar figure might be minor, but the impact in our community, if it's a local vendor or a local bank or whatever it might be, will have a bigger impact overall than someone from New York or California when it comes to some of these issues. So that's something to consider for future RFPs. Okay, with that, Councilmember Scott?
Okay, so I understand what Councilmember Davis is saying, because not to disparage a credit union that we all know, but their customer service is terrible. It takes so long to get through, but their interest rates are fantastic. And so, money is the bottom line. But with that being said, there's times you need somebody on the phone and you need them right then. So I understand and appreciate what the city is saying here. I have a question in my background. I don't have a degree in economics, so bear with me if this is a dumb question. Is the maintenance of $500,000 combined average, is that reasonable, or is that, talk to me about that number for the maintenance.
Maintenance.
It's on page 243. The city hereby designates in choice of option 2 for bank deposit services under attachment A to the response a maintenance of $500,000 combined average collected balance in lieu of account analysis fees. So as a financial person, is that reasonable? I mean,
I believe they're just requiring us to have $500,000 in the bank, which we do.
so that's just, we have to have $500,000 in the bank for this to be a
Rather than to waive that
valid?
particular fee.
Okay, and while you're looking that up, I concur with Mayor. I like Schertz Bank and Trust. When we first moved here, we opened a savings account with our kids because it's a local bank, and the community flavor and the long-standing history with the city of Schertz. And, I really wish I could get somebody on the phone when I needed them, even though my credit union has fantastic interest rates. It can be very frustrating when you need somebody. I don't appreciate waiting 5 days, and I'm not a big city. I'm just a little, my husband and me. But anyway, I just wanted to put in my 2 cents there, and I wanted to ask about the $500,000.
Okay. Council, any other comments?
That's what it was.
No other comments? Is there a motion to approve 21? Oh, I'm sorry. Councilmember Brown.
I just wanted to make a very quick comment on the financial benefits. If you look at the scores there, Schertz Bank is still number one out of all three of them. So I would imagine that even if you give them, double the weight, they would still come out number one.
Yes, Councilmember Davis.
Absolutely. Like I said, I don't have a problem with, I think all three banks that offered proposals were great. I don't have a problem with the recommendation from the staff. I'm just, just looking at the process internally from a prospect or from a perspective of what value are we trying to get for our dollars. Again, if we make it 60% or 80%, it's not changing the outcome. But to me, the bottom line, what value we get interest-wise, what fees we're saving the city, ought to be a more heavier factor than, the inconvenience of I have to call Austin versus I have to call somebody that's in Schertz. That's just my perspective.
Okay, Councilmember Brown.
Just real quickly, when we do deposit money, cash in accounts, we're looking for safety, not interest rates. Okay, in general, I mean, interest is virtually nothing at this point. And it's always been low. And all the time that I was at economic development, all of our funds that we had cash on hand and cash in accounts, the interest rates are always low because you're going for the safety factor there. You're not going for a high risk, high return. Now with our bonds, of course, we want to get the best interest rates that saves us money in the long run, saves the citizens money in the long run. But our just cash on hand stuff, it's always going to be virtually nothing at the end of the day because of the safety factors.
Mayor Pro Tem Whitaker.
I appreciate you pointing that out as far as the way the weighted points are, because my concern would be that the customer service is a little bit more subjective, so it would be easier to kind of crunch the numbers to make that work in your favor if you wanted to pick one over the other for other reasons. So I like numbers, so I went ahead and crunched it anyway. I just shifted the 40 down to financial benefits. So it actually does still work out in the favor of Schertz Bank with a score of like 88 versus 85, just by, if my numbers are correct. But I do agree that the weighting the customer service, while I'm glad it's on there, because you make a valid point that that's an important part of the process. I think weighting it the heaviest could have, it could be viewed in a way that was done on purpose to allow you to use a subjective measure to get the result that you want. But even if we switch it around, it still results the same with Schertz Bank.
All right. Council, any other comments? Is there a motion to approve Resolution 21R19?
So move.
Move. Second.
Have a motion to approve Resolution 21R19 by Councilmember Hayward, second by Councilmember Scott. Council, any other comments? If not, let's call for the vote.
Aye.
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 We have 7 ayes, no objection, motion passes. All right. We'll move on to discussion items number 14. Resolution number 21R25, a resolution by the City Council of the City of Schertz, Texas, authorizing the city manager to amend the design-build agreement with F.A. Nunnally for the Fleet Maintenance Building Project and other matters in connection therewith. Floor is yours.
Good evening. Thank you for allowing me. I'm Jennifer Black. I'm going to let you hear me better. My name is Jennifer Black. I'm with Sudge Engineering. We're the group that was hired to project manage this for the city. Let me get I did do a presentation. Here today also is the CEO of F.A. Nunnally, Greg Vaughn. He's hiding way back in the corner back there, but he is in attendance. So if we have any strange questions for him, we can do that. But how did you say? F5, right? Yes. So this is about Building 27 renovations. Building 27 is a building that the city owns and is sitting vacant currently. The project scope is to include renovating this building so that it can be used by your maintenance staff. Used for vehicle maintenance, for sign shop, and including that vehicle maintenance will be lube pits, full service for your ambulances, your fire trucks. All of your city vehicles will be able to be serviced here. The proper lube pits will allow them to come in there. The shop itself will have HVAC, as will the offices, and I'll show you the layout here in a moment. Included in this construction will be a new tool room, which will be in the main shop area. We will install new vehicle lifts. These lifts will have to be very heavy duty to be able to handle your heavy equipment. And we will relocate the equipment from your current Building 10, where your maintenance staff are housed, and move them across the street to this Building 27. So that's your general scope. Project location, just a reminder for anybody that hasn't seen this before. I have a little red dot for City Hall and a little yellow circle for where Commercial Place is. Right across the street is where your Public Works Maintenance building is located. Brief history of the project. I think it's always good when we come and say, hey, will you approve this GMP? Let's talk about how we got here. So last March, we went out, the city did, for request for qualifications for design build teams. We received 5 different responses and ended up negotiating with F.A. Nunnally as we went through, reviewed, and went through the proper process. We came to the council in May of 2020. The council allowed for the city manager to enter into negotiations and a contract with F.A. Nunnally. We had a not to exceed amount on that contract. We were able to do so, and we entered the contract in June of 2020. Immediately after that, we began the schematic or design development phase, which is your initial design where we talk with all of the staff members and work through what do they need to be able to use this building. Because there's the what would look great in a building, and there's what do you need to do your day-to-day job. So we interviewed the staff on that. We've worked with Charles, we've worked with Suzanne, we've worked with Scott McKellen, we've worked with Chris Hernandez, who is over the department, to really make sure we honed in on what was needed there. We also worked with your sign division and with Miles, your IT staff, to make sure we also got him what he needed in there. So as this all went through, we found more things, obviously, that we needed to change in the building, and it was very good that the city chose design build, which is your way of doing this. Instead of a standard, we hire a design team outright to design this and then have a bunch of contractors bid on this. This process has been very good, having the contractor involved all the way through, because we have found a lot of surprises that could have bid us in the end. Had we designed and then tried to bid it out, I think we would have seen some change orders from that. So this has been a very good process and very advantageous to the city to go this path. So we did these design developments, we reviewed them with staff, we went further into the next level of design, and we got, by January of this year, 90% design completed, where we had the basis of what we needed to bid out. During that 90% review with the city, we did some final tweaks, and it went out to bid. And when it went out to bid, FA Nunnally, as your design builder, bids it out to the street, to all the subs they can possibly get to respond, and they handle the bidding. So it's a little bit different than the way the city does, because FA Nunnally has to then put all those components together and give us one big GMP. So it's more on them, and they have to guarantee this price. If they say, hey, my sub backed out, that's on them to get another sub. Also a benefit for the city in doing this contract this way. So we went out to bid, the construction documents went out, we received the bids on March 5th. They were going to be in here in February, but as you know, we all had a freeze, so we gave the subs a couple extra weeks to be able to review the plans, get in contact with their material vendors, and get life back a little bit to normal so they could get bids in. They did receive good coverage on all the different divisions. So you have HVAC, you have plumbing, you have electrical. This building has a lot of everything happening in it. And they received a good coverage of bids. They submitted a GMP to the city for review on March 8th. We reviewed it. We had a couple questions, had them make a few adjustments, and then they submitted their final GMP to us. Now, this is a little bit blurry, but I'll kind of walk you through. I'm hoping you're seeing the same thing. Do you have it on a screen, or do you have to look? Okay. So on the left-hand side, the little bottom square, that's the sign shop. That is going to be a fully air-conditioned space so that they can do the signs in that space. And what that means is it doesn't necessarily share air with the rest of the shop. This has to be a cooler space, a protected space. You can't, there's a lot of expensive electronic equipment that goes in there. So that is its own special little area. In that electrical closet next to it, they get controls specifically for all this, the IT portions and the HVAC system that has to go for that unit. Then we have the rest of the shop, and I don't know if you can see my cursor, but there's bays all along here. Those are already existing. The overhead doors are in good condition. We continue going to the right side of the page. These are the lube pits that will go in. These are strategically placed like this so you can pull a fire truck all the way through from one side to the other, and they can service those longer vehicles. Utility trucks, fire trucks, ambulances, they're longer and they require more distance to get through the building. So this does allow for through traffic. We continue with more bays. Here is what's going to be the tools and parts area. This is kind of like you picture a chain link fence looking, it's open aired, but you have a protected way to kind of contain your extra parts, your tools, the things that don't sit out in the shop all the time. You have those there to check them in, and this is also where your tool deliveries will occur. We have doors here for easy access for that. The existing space, I am so sorry, that is my alarm to take my medicine. The existing space has offices, has a sort of reception area. We're going to maintain as many of those walls as we can and spruce up to save some money, do a renovation. The spaces will work. We've talked with the staff, so they will still be able to use that reception area, the office that's existing. We're going to convert this break room and give them a space to be able to go and sit in the air-conditioned space away from the extra noise and come and eat. There's also a multi-purpose room in this building, big open room that they can use for their training, for their staff meetings. And then we have trying to hover over it. So these 2 restrooms actually have locker rooms and showers in them, which is very important for these guys when they get, you never know when you're in a lube pit and something's going to pour down on you. This gives you the chance to change out and also have your street clothes in a locker. So they will have this provided for them. This is your main entrance where people come in. We do have it secured so people can't just go right on into the shop. They do have to stop in this reception area. There is a window here that provides security to the receptionist from persons that walk in. And then we have our fleet office manager right here. He has access to the shop and quick access into the lobby reception area as well to be able to talk back and forth between the office and with staff out in the shop. So it's kind of a quick brief. If you have any questions, obviously stop me and let me know. I talk fast and sometimes ramble. These mechanical areas that you see on the outside are new. With installing this HVAC system in this large building, it's going to require large units. The roof that you have on the building cannot hold the load of the large units that will be placed. So these are strategically placed so that vehicles can still drive around the building and so that it's reducing the impact on our parking. So these are in a place where they're good to go. With all of these improvements, we're also doing some other improvements that include electrical upgrades and sanitary and water line upgrades. We have to do a fire riser room to provide the sprinkler system for the office area up front and to make sure that we have the adequate flow for fire. So that is included in the price that you'll see today. Okay, the big sticker shock. $1,372,794. That is the guaranteed maximum price from F.A. Nunnally. It does include some contingency in there for any surprises that would happen. None of that contingency gets spent unless the city approves it. So anything over, that's in there has to be approved, every dollar. This does include all the work that I just went through. What it does not include, and I want to point out, is it does not include some of the IT, and we'll go through it in a minute, just a couple other little changes that we're going to handle on our own. So with this contract, with this GMP that you have in front of you, the substantial completion is September of this year. What that means is that it's ready for us to go through, assuming we do not have a large punch list, we're ready to move in. And then we will coordinate and get all the lifts and the other mechanical equipment from the other building and move it in. During this time, we will be working with IT to also install all technology improvements that are needed, such as access controls, cameras, fiber lines, all of that will be happening. This contract was made with an AIA 141 document. That's the first part of a design build document of an industry standard through Architects Institute. The second part of this contract is what you have in front of you, which is Amendment A, Part A, and it is already laid out in your first part of the contract how that has to be put together. So we have the amendment, the second part of this, sent over to your attorneys. They've read through the language. They had a couple edits they wanted. F.A. Nunnally said no problems. They'll make those changes. So we're all good on the contract side of it. And like I said, they're limited on what they can do. It already had stipulated their GCs, their percent for design fees. The original construction budget for this project, overall construction budget, was $1,435,505. We are under that, and that was from your resolution last May. We are under that amount with this GMP. The big recommendation will be to myself and staff recommend awarding to FA Nunley the GMP that we're presenting. But I want to walk you through the next slide because I want to make sure that we're fully transparent and everybody understands what we're looking at. So the total project budget, so the GMP is one portion, the total project budget is $1.85 million. And I could read it all out, but I won't. What that means is that we have other things that we're going to install and pay for, most of which will have to come before you because they will be over that $50,000 mark, like vehicle lifts, the big heavy lifts I was talking about. We're going to purchase those separately. We've already been talking to get pricing on that equipment, so we have a good idea of what it's going to cost to purchase and install. That's in our overall $1.85 million. We're going to reuse some of the furniture, but we'll have to buy some new. That's included in the overall project, but not in your GMP. The reason some of these items, like your fiber line and your access cameras, are not being handled that way is we feel that it's better for city staff to be able to directly handle those items and let the contractor focus on the construction side of it, and we'll handle these other more FF&E type of items. I believe that's my last slide, but I don't want to lie to you. Yes, it was.
All right,
but there's
thank
questions.
you. All right, thank you. Council, floor is open for discussion. No comments? Is there a motion to approve Resolution 21R25?
So move.
Second.
A motion by Councilmember Scagliola, second by Councilmember Hayward. Council, any other comments?
I just want to say thank you. That was very comprehensive. You did a very, very good job.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, very good. Thank you.
All right, well, I'm glad. Let's go renovate a new building. Thank you very much.
All right, let's go ahead and call for the vote. Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
We have 7 ayes, no objection, motion passes. All right, we'll move on to item number 15, the City of Schertz face mask policy. Discussion and action regarding the current face mask policy in the City of Schertz and request guidance on extending the current policy to May 4th, 2021. Chief, floor is yours.
Evening, Cade Long, Fire Chief. Again, just met with the EOC, still been meeting weekly at this point, discussing COVID and coming out of it and some different things. So some of the recommendations coming out of today's meetings, looking at mask policy around the city. We said last month we would come back and discuss and get some input from council. And so what kind of come out of a proposal today to look at was the library, senior center, and Civic Center for the shot clinics would still maintain mask wearing in there due to the populations that are in there and, of course, the closeness in the library. And then all other city buildings besides those, it would just be up to the person entering or in that space. And then also just to get some feedback from council on in the council chambers here during council meetings, if we still want to maintain social distancing, wearing mask or not wearing mask when you're seated, some of those items. Again, city meetings will continue to do social distancing, spread out best we can at city meetings and things like that. And again, we'll come back at the May 4th meeting and reevaluate.
All right, thank you, Chief. Council, floor is open for discussion. Councilmember Scagliola.
Yeah, Dr. Brown, how's the policy been working so far, and what's your recommendation? And you're on the front line with all this. What are you suggesting?
I think it's worked well. And we'll talk about the caseload. Our cases have been low. I think right now we have something like 16 active and probable cases. It's been low. It's been consistent. We think that this makes sense in terms of city buildings being able to drop the mask requirement. as long as we continue to social distance to the extent that we can. I think it'll work. I think it'll work well. Almost all the employees have either had the vaccine or had the opportunity to get the vaccine. My guess, I don't have the numbers. My guess is something like 60 to 70% of the employees have been vaccinated. We'll have some that won't be vaccinated, and we've never made that mandatory. But I think that this is sort of a hybrid approach by keeping the mask requirement in the library. We want to keep it at the vaccine clinic because we have unvaccinated folks in there, and we don't want to, at this point, we don't want to change that. And in the senior center, too, we want to keep masks in there for a while longer. So I think this works. That's what I would recommend to you. And in terms of the council chamber, I would say we could drop the mask requirement here. That's just a recommendation. And I would keep the social distance in the chamber for a while longer.
Well, I appreciate your candor.
Okay.
That's what I was looking for, sir. That's all I have.
Council? Yes, Councilmember Scott?
Yeah, I'm pretty opinionated about it all. I think it's definitely a step in the right direction to return to normalcy. I think it's fine for the library, civic center, and the senior center. And frankly, I'm heartened because we got to get back to normal. We have to be able to live our lives. And if everybody who can have the vaccine, they're saying by the end of May, everybody should be able to get the vaccine if they want. But at what point? And in my own school, it's kind of distressing. Like, people are talking about wearing the mask next year, and at what point? Are we going to wear it for the cold? Are we going to wear it for the flu? Are we just going to wear it forever? And it's like, God dang, I'm so happy, Dr. Brown and Officer Kay, that we are moving in this direction. And the hybrid approach is good because some people are very uncomfortable going barefaced, and that's their prerogative. It's a free country, right?
Right, absolutely. We anyone who wants to wear a mask obviously can continue.
Yeah, and I don't believe
there won't be any
there's
stigma with that.
Sorry, I did not mean to interrupt you.
No, there won't be any stigma or anything for someone.
How did you know that's what I was going to say? That's amazing.
Well, I gave you that index card before the meeting, remember?
Finally.
Councilmember Dalla?
I'd just like to say that, I like the idea of maintaining the social distancing in council chambers. I've gotten used to spreading out here, and it's going to be really uncomfortable when we get back up here. All joking aside, though, I think it's a good policy, and certainly, you're in charge of all the city employees. You're responsible for being safe for their safety. So, I'll take whatever direction that you want to go with this and support you on that.
Okay.
Mayor Pro Tem Whitaker?
I do have one question. So the library, the vaccine clinic, you're in charge of that, so that one makes sense, obviously. But senior center and library, have the leadership in those places expressed that they think that the patrons would prefer to keep the masks, or has there been is that just something that we think is a good idea for those people? I'm just wondering if you had feedback from those entities.
Definitely from the library.
Definitely from the library, yes.
Okay. And senior center, it's a kind of you kind of expect that, but at the same time, if the people that are there, they were the first ones to get the vaccine, and I just want to make sure that we're not mandating something on them, that as a group, they're like, well, no, we're good. We all got the vaccine and we're ready to breathe fresh air. So I just want to make sure that we're not making an assumption because of the community that this is what they want.
Ralph probably knows more about the senior center than the rest of us, so.
Well, we did offer the vaccines to all the senior centers. We continue to offer that. But there's always going to be those individuals that don't want it. That will be a personal choice. They are the most vulnerable in our community, and having them wear the mask, I think at this point is just a precaution. It's a gradual step to opening up our city buildings. That's what we're looking at, and these three are the most heavily populated, with people going in and out And with the other office buildings, it's basically just staff and a few customers and utility billing. So that's why we focus on these three to maintain the mask policy on them.
We just opened the senior center this week, and I think it would be wise for us to continue the mask policy for at least 30 days and then see where we are.
Okay, and I would just suggest during that time, just get feedback from them, if they like it, and that makes them, makes it more welcoming for them. They feel like now I'm comfortable coming back in that space, or if there's any kind of like, well, I'm comfortable coming out and now I really don't want to wear the face mask. I just want to make sure we're not making a decision for them that they're not making for themselves, but it makes sense, for sure.
Councilmember Davis?
Yeah, I mean, Mayor, you bring up a great point. We have a vaccine clinic. Some people are going to choose not to get a vaccine and get vaccinated. People are going to choose to wear a mask or not wear a mask. People are going to choose to wash their hands or not wash their hands. We're not going to fix any of that. But I have to defer back from my perspective of what I talked about before. To me, the three most important numbers are how many people are in the hospital, how many people are in the ICU, how many people are on a ventilator. And if those numbers are going in the trend downward, then I think we're on the right path and we're going forward. But as we saw in the past year, they were heading down, and then we hit things like Thanksgiving, and they shoot back up. They're heading down, and then we hit Christmas, and they're shooting back up. So to me, if we're stepping through this, that's fine. We're always going to have someone that doesn't want to wear a mask, or someone that always wants to wear a mask. Need to get a cape to go with my mask, though. Be the superhero mode. But you're going to have people, like I said, that choose to get vaccinated, choose not to get vaccinated. But again, to me, it's a health crisis. If the numbers are heading in the right direction, then I think it's not a bad idea to consider loosening the reins and getting back to normal. If they're not heading in the right direction, then I think we have to take that into consideration. So as long as, and again, this is a virus. It goes around. Some people get it, and it has no effect on them. It's like a little head cold. Some people, it doesn't work out so well. So again, to me, the three big points are how many people end up getting in the hospital, how many people are in an ICU, and how many people are on a ventilator. And if those numbers are coming down, I think we're heading in the right direction.
Well, those numbers have been coming down for, 6 weeks, maybe longer. And as of the 5th, we had a total of 179 COVID inpatients in the San Antonio area. Compare that to 1,200 that we had in January. And the COVID percent of all inpatients is now at 5%. And the numbers have been pretty flat for the last week or so. So, are we down at a level where we're just going to be consistent? Are we going to go down farther? I don't think we know that yet. So yes, the numbers for several weeks have been headed in the right direction. They remain very low compared to where we were 2 months ago, and they could always go back up. And if they do, we'll readjust.
Yeah. All right, Councilmember Haywood.
I'm okay with the hybrid, but I concur with Mayor Pro Tem Whitaker that when the seniors go back, let's survey them to see what they like, because some of them may say, I already have the vaccine, I don't want to wear the mask, or I feel uncomfortable, or I've done this enough, or they may feel comfortable, but because I don't want to feel like we're imposing something that we don't need to. I mean, I get the library saying they want to, and so we go from there and in 30 days, but I'm all for it. If you want to wear it, wear it. If you don't, you don't. Want the vaccine, get it. If you don't, you don't. It's all about people making decisions for them and their families and making that right decision. And I'm just thinking, and as far as council chambers, I'm all for no mask. We can still physical distance. I hate that social distance because it just comes across the wrong way, like I'm not being social and enjoying people. I wish they'd change it to just physical distance, but that's all.
Okay, no other comments? Okay, Dr. Brown, I think we got the direction guidance on this. All right, thank you. All right, we'll move on to our public hearings. Item number 16, ordinance number 21S11. An ordinance by the City Council of the City of Schertz, Texas, amending the official zoning map by rezoning approximately 25 acres of land to General Business District 2. General Business 2 District, northeast of the intersection of FM 3009 and FM 78, also known as 200 FM 3009, also known as Guadalupe County Property Identification Numbers 153960, 164035, 67453, City of Schertz, Guadalupe, Texas, Guadalupe County, Texas, first reading. Ms. Delgado, you have the floor.
Good evening again, Mayor and Council. So this is a zone change request for approximately 25 acres, and it is a little weird, and I'll explain why it's General Business 2, and then entirely General Business District 2. Makes more sense when we start looking at the map. So to get your bearings, the subject property is outlined here in green. This is 3009 and 78 is the existing lockaway storage business. On February 24th, 19 public hearing notices were mailed out to the surrounding property owners of the public hearing that was held on March 10th at the Planning and Zoning Commission. We did not receive any responses to that mailed notice. And then there was a published notice in the San Antonio Express News on March 17th for tonight's public hearing. So to kind of break into what the current zoning is, it's easiest to kind of divide the property into these three different sections. So this first portion, it's 7.04 acres, currently zoned general business, and is currently developed as the mini warehouse public storage, the lockaway storage business, which is considered a non-conforming land use in the current general business district zoning. The middle section is currently zoned General Business 2. It's 7.55 acres. And again, it's part of that lockaway storage business. This is mostly their outdoor RV boat storage area. This portion zoning was changed in 2013 to the current General Business District 2, and at that same time there was also a specific use permit that was approved to allow mini warehouse, the general public storage, but that did have a 5-year conditional expiration, so at this time that SUP has expired. So it's in that same instance as the front portion that at this point it's considered non-conforming. And then this back portion is 10.14 acres, currently zoned general business. It's currently undeveloped, and this is actually the area that the existing lockaway storage business would like to expand their current operations. So there is a specific use permit item on the agenda immediately following this to cover this exact same 25 acres, but that's really for the proposed expansion that they would like to do. So this is the zoning exhibit slide. Again, it does show kind of the three different tracks, if you will, the front portion being the general business, middle being general business 2, and the back portion, again, being general business. One item to note on here is on the zoning exhibit, they are showing the proposed preliminary layout of the FM 3009 extension. And as you can see, if you kind of keep that picture in mind, they are proposing to show that over the, not where their current buildings are, but just the outdoor storage area to not interfere with their existing structures. So the future land use plan through the comprehensive land use plan does designate this area as parks open space. So the general business 2 district doesn't comply with that. It's not in conformance. However, in reviewing the Google Earth imagery, this property has been utilized for public storage since at least 2002, but if you look at the county records, the buildings were actually constructed in 1995. So you can assume that since 1995, it's basically been used as this storage type business. So the when the comp plan designated this parks and open space, it was already not in conformance with the existing business. Even though it's not consistent with the comp plan, the rezoning request would be compatible with the existing land use and the surrounding land use that's basically undeveloped, or the Union Pacific right-of-way, or the 300978 right-of-way. So as I mentioned, although the requested zoning of GB2 is not consistent with the comp plan, it is consistent with the existing business and should have a minimal impact on the surrounding properties and public infrastructure. Additionally, with them requesting to rezone the entire property to General Business District 2, it gets rid of this kind of weird split zoning that we have currently. It'll just all be under one uniform ordinance, so everything's General Business District 2, which goes hand in hand with that requested specific use permit. That's the next item. So if the zone change and that SUP were both approved, it would bring the entire property into a legal conforming status. As I mentioned earlier, currently the existing business, it's non-conforming, so it does have limitations on what they can do, such as the proposed expansion. So at March 10th, there was a public hearing at the Planning and Zoning Commission meeting for this item. No residents spoke during that public hearing, and the Planning and Zoning Commission made a unanimous recommendation of approval of the zone change. And staff is also making a recommendation of approval of the zone change to rezone the entire 25 acres to General Business District 2. And we do have representatives of the project and Lockaway Storage. They're all in the back row back there if there's any questions from them.
All right, thank you, Ms. Delgado. This item is on the agenda as an open public hearing. Is there anyone in attendance who'd like to address the council in reference to this subject? Second notice? Final notice? Public hearing is closed. Council, floor is open for discussion. Councilmember Scagliola?
Yeah, Ms. Emily, about the 3009 extension, 78 flyover, you're saying that they're well aware that someday, possibly, maybe, that right-of-way will be needed to be provided, and there is no conflict with that understanding.
So they are definitely well aware of it. They also know that if the zone change and the SUP get approved, that they will have to go through a replat because this back portion that's Tract 3 is currently unplatted. So they will have to go through a replat to combine this whole property into one single tract at that point, which at that point they will have to dedicate the right-of-way for the extension.
Now, the right-of-way itself, because it's going to be elevated, will that really distract from the operations that are planned?
So where they are currently proposing the right-of-way dedication, and with it being that flyover, there has been communication about potentially allowing them to continue to use underneath the flyover for their storage, because that's just the portion that is not these structures, but just the RVs, kind of boats.
Yeah,
so it could potentially, although it will impact their business, we could provide them the ability to continue their operations underneath that flyover.
That's assuming they keep that flyover where it's planned right now. I just want to make assurances that we don't approve this and go through a whole lot of the process, and then a year, 5, 10 years from now say, oops. I don't want to be stuck in a situation like that.
So just to be clear, I think the applicant, they've known about the plan for a long time. They've worked with us. They did sort of an initial schematic. Just as a reminder for council, we have an agreement with TxDOT, working with one of their engineering firms who's sort of working on that alignment. We have not pinned that down yet. So we will have to work with the applicant to not hold them up and allow them to continue. But at this point, to be clear, we don't know that exact alignment. The firm working on it for TxDOT obviously is aware that they don't want to. One of the constraints is going over the buildings, and so we have this area to work with. So again, we'll have to figure out how we do that. What we don't want to do is lock ourselves in, as you said, for something that doesn't work. But the other thing we don't want to do is we don't want to tie up the property owner with that. So we'll have to work with the city attorney and figure out how we do that in light of the timing of things to make sure we provide the flexibility and find a win-win.
Thank you so very much. Quite frankly, I think it's all about transparency. Let's lay our cards on the table right now so that everybody in the process understands what's happening. That's all I have, sir.
Okay. I just have one question. With the flyover, would that be a city decision or TxDOT? Because I don't want to make any false promises when we don't have any control over it.
So again, the issue we've got is, and staff has talked about this, FM 3009 as it is now, it's a TxDOT road.
Mm-hmm.
This new kind of thing isn't necessarily, the extension isn't necessarily. And so what I would say is the alignment is really both the city and TxDOT. TxDOT's not going to allow an extension or part of their system that doesn't comply with their regulations. But as some who've been on council for a while will know, if the city said, whoa, we're not okay with that, we don't want it, TxDOT's going to say, okay, that's fine, we won't do it, and it'll stop. So what I would say, it is going to be a joint decision, and part of what TxDOT is aware of is the input that they're required to do, the federal requirements, because likely federal money will come, it's anticipated to fund this. So it's really a joint decision with either party having the ability to say, we're not okay with that, is how I envision it.
Thank you. And I'm sure the applicants aware of that situation may occur. All right. Council, any other comments, questions? Is there a motion to approve ordinance? Okay.
Second.
Motion's been made by Councilmember Scagliola to approve ordinance number 21S11 and second by Councilmember Hayward. Council, any other comments? If not, let's go ahead and call for the vote.
Aye.
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 We have 7 ayes, no objection. Motion passes. Motion was made by Councilmember Scagliola and second by Councilmember Hayward. All right, we'll move on to item number 17, ordinance number 21S12, an ordinance by the City Council of the City of Schertz, Texas, to approve a specific use permit to allow the mini warehouse public storage on approximately 25 acres of land located northeast of the intersection of FM 3009 and FM 78, also known as 200 FM 3009. Also known as Guadalupe County Property Identification Numbers 153960, 164035, 67453, City of Schertz, Guadalupe County, Texas, first reading. Ms. Delgado, floor is yours.
So again, this is that same subject property here outlined in green, 300978. So as I had mentioned, the current zoning of general business 2, and again, the general business in the back portion, none of which allows a mini warehouse public storage by right. In general business 2, it does require a specific use permit. So assuming that the zone change that was just approved on first reading gets approved on final reading, the SUP would still be required per our permitted use table. So we did send 19 public hearing notices on February 24th for the public hearing held at the Planning and Zoning Commission. We did receive 1 response to the specific use permit request, which indicated they were neutral to it. And then again, on March 17th, it was published for tonight's public hearing in the San Antonio Express News. So again, currently general business 2, and general business in the back. The front portion is currently used for the lockaway storage business, and realistically, the zone change and the specific use permit is being brought before council due to lockaway storage's desire to do a proposed expansion in this tract 3 portion back here. So this is the SUP exhibit. It looks very similar to the zone change exhibit. Again, shows the 3009 proposed alignment and splits the 3 tracks into the existing lockaway storage here, and then the proposed lockaway storage here. So with a specific use permit, they are required to go through the site plan process. So this has gone all the way through the site plan certification process. It was reviewed by engineering, planning, public works, and our fire department, all with no objections. And I'm going to go through kind of each slide here, going through the whole site plan. So this first page is just the overall site plan exhibit. It does show the current business and then the proposed expansion here, which is zoomed in on the next slide. So it is 2 proposed buildings for a total of 81,079 square feet of climate-controlled office, indoor mini warehouse public storage. So that's these 2 buildings here, and then they are proposing an additional outdoor public storage for RV and boat in this location. They are adding an additional 28 parking spaces. There's a row here along the building, and then a couple additional spaces there as well. All of which do meet the 10 feet wide by 20 foot in depth requirement. This is kind of a bird's eye looking down at the 2 buildings' floor plans. They do comply with our architectural feature requirements. And again, these are just the two proposed elevations for the building. Again, they do comply with all of the articulation requirements. This is the overall landscape plan. It really focuses on the back portion, that's the expansion. They're not proposing any changes to the existing business itself, but just to the expansion area. So a couple things to note, 28.9% of the entire site, so the entire site, not just this back portion, will be landscaped. A total of 65 trees are being provided, 54 of which are new and 11 that are existing. The 54 new trees are proposed to be 3-inch DBH, which is larger than our required, which is 2.5. So they are actually upsizing all 54 of those new trees that they're proposing to plant. So they are meeting the requirements for a tree at the terminus of all the parking rows. So you can see those kind of here. So they are meeting that requirement as well. And they are proposing to do an entire row of trees and shrubs, which is what's designated here and extends on to the next slide, to do vehicular use and screening of the storage from the railroad and FM 78. So they are doing a full tree shrub row to help with that screening. This is the overall tree preservation plan. 100% of their existing trees are being preserved, so they are meeting and exceeding the minimum preservation of 25%. So those 11 trees that are being preserved are on this back portion. So just to kind of highlight that, so this is where that proposed two new buildings and the vehicle boat storage area is, and then those trees are back in this portion here. But they are saving all 11 existing trees. So the proposed specific use permit and associated site plan, as I had mentioned, has been reviewed by all of the development review departments with no objections. The majority of the property currently exists as the operational mini warehouse public storage business lockaway. As I mentioned on the zone change, since at least 2002, these properties have been used for that mini warehouse use. By requesting the specific use permit for the entire 25 acres rather than just the back 10.14, which will really just encompass that proposed expansion, it brings the entire property in conformance and removes the non-conforming land use status that is currently on the property, assuming that the zone change to GB2 and the SUP get approved. So public hearing was held on March 10th for this item. Again, no residents spoke, and the Planning and Zoning Commission did make a unanimous recommendation of approval. And staff is making a recommendation of approval of the specific use permit to allow mini warehouse public storage on the full property, the full 25 acres, with the following two conditions, which are our standard SUP conditions. A building permit is approved within 1 year of the adoption of the SUP, and the use begins operation within 2 years of the issuance of the necessary building permits. That's it.
All right, thank you. Once again, this item is on the agenda as an open public hearing. Is there anyone in attendance who would like to address the council regarding this subject? Second notice? Third notice? Public hearing is closed. Council, floor is open for discussion. Yes, Councilmember Scott.
I was happy to see that they're preserving all of their trees. That's fantastic. What kind of trees are they planting, pray tell? Do we know yet?
So we do. I'm just going to see if I can. So there's 14 Mexican sycamores, 13 Shumard oaks, 14 live oaks, and 13 cedar elms that are proposed to be planted.
So some of those are faster growing, so they should look good pretty soon. Thank you. That's good.
Yep.
Thank y'all.
Okay. Council, any other comments, questions? Is there a motion to approve ordinance number 21 as 12?
So moved.
Second.
Okay, motion's been made by Councilmember Hayward, second by Councilmember Brown. Council, any other comments? If none, let's call for the vote.
Aye.
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 We have 7 ayes, no objection, motion passes. All right, we'll move on to item number 18, resolution number 21R22. A resolution by the City Council of the City of Schertz, Texas, accepting a petition for voluntary annexation within the extraterritorial jurisdiction of the City of Schertz. Okay, Mr. Kopai. Floor is yours.
Good evening, Council. So this is Resolution 21R22, a petition for voluntary annexation of around 35 1.5 acres. So the property is generally located about 4,000 feet southeast of 1518 and North Seguin Road. But to actually visualize that, this is the annexation exhibit. So the purple and red are the subject tracts for this resolution. The red portion is about 4 acres along Lower Seguin Road that's already in the city. It's owned residential agricultural. And then the purple section is what would be annexed through any future annexation ordinances. This is Lower Seguin Road. This is the Ryan Valley subdivision being built out, and this is Saddlebrook Ranch, the property you all recently saw about the annexation and zone change to PDD. So this is right across Lower Seguin from that. If City Council, this is the petition for voluntary annexation on behalf of the property owners, MTR, the engineering group, submitted it for both of the tracts. If City Council accepted this petition and therefore adopted the resolution, that would give the property owners the ability to go through the official annexation and zone change proceedings after the adoption of this resolution. So again, just to be clear, this resolution doesn't actually annex the subject property, it just lets you annex it by a future ordinance. And the annexation and zone change public hearings and ordinances are tentatively scheduled for the May 4th City Council meeting. And again, similar to Saddlebrook, right across Lower Seguin, following approval of the annexation ordinance, the property owners will be requesting the zone change to PDD for a single-family residential neighborhood. With all that being said, staff is recommending approval of Resolution 21R22, accepting the petition for voluntary annexation. Thank you.
Thank you. Once again, this item is on the agenda for open public hearing. Is there anyone in attendance who would like to address the council regarding this subject? Second notice? Final notice? Public hearing is closed. Council, floor is open for discussion. No discussion. Okay, is there a motion to approve resolution?
Second.
Who is that? Was that?
Whitaker.
Okay. Motion's been made by Councilmember Whitaker, second by Councilmember Dalla, to approve ordinance number 21R22. Council, any other comments? None. Let's call for the vote.
Aye.
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 Okay, we have 7 ayes, no objection. Motion passes. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, next we have roll call confirmation. Our city secretary, Brenda Dennis, will provide us a roll call confirmation for agenda items, consent agenda items 1, 3, 4, 6, 9, 10, 11, and 12, and discussion items 2, 5, 7, 8, 13, 14, 16, 17, and 18. Ms. Dennis, floor is yours.
Surprise, it's Sheila.
All right, break you in, okay.
Let's see if this month can start off right. Okay, roll call vote on the consent agenda items number 1, 3, 4, 6, 9, 10, 11, 12. The motion was made by Councilman Scagliola, seconded by Councilman Davis. The vote was unanimous, 7-0, motion passed. The next item, for the roll call vote, item number 2, the description was the resolution 21-R-21. Councilman Dolly made the motion, seconded by Councilwoman Hayward. The vote was unanimous.
Read them all.
Oh, read them all?
Yes.
Okay. I apologize. Mayor Pro Tem Whitaker, yay. Councilman Davis, yay. Councilwoman Scott, yay. Councilman Dolly, yay. Councilman Scagliola, yay. Councilwoman Hayward, yay. And Councilman Brown, yay. Motion passed 7-0. Item number 5, the description was the ordinance 21-S-06. The motion was made by Councilmember Scagliola, seconded by Councilman Dolly. Mayor Pro Tem Whitaker, unanimous, yes. Councilman Davis, yes. Councilwoman Scott, yes. Councilman Dolly, yes. Councilman Scagliola, yes. Councilwoman Hayward, yes. And Councilman Brown, yes. The vote was 7-0, unanimous, motion passed. Item number 7, it was for Resolution 21R-27. The motion was made by Councilmember Davis, seconded by Councilmember Scott. Mayor Pro Tem Whitaker voted unanimous yes. Councilman Davis, yes. Councilwoman Scott, yes. Councilman Dolly, yes. Councilman Scagliola, yes. Councilwoman Hayward, yes. And Councilman Brown, yes. The motion passed 7-0, unanimous. Item number 8 was ordinance 21-C-09. The motion was made by Councilmember Dolly, seconded by Councilmember Scagliola. Mayor Pro Tem voted yes, unanimous. Councilman Davis, yes, unanimous. Councilmember Scott was not in the on the dais, so there was no vote for Ms. Scott. Councilmember Dolly voted yes. Councilman Scagliola voted yes. Councilwoman Hayward voted yes. And Councilmember Brown voted yes. So the motion passed 6-0. On item number 13, it was the resolution 21R-19. The motion was made by Councilmember Hayward, seconded by Councilmember Scott. Mayor Pro Tem Whitaker voted yes. Councilmember Davis voted yes. Councilmember Scott voted yes. Councilmember Dolly voted yes. Councilmember Scagliola voted yes. Councilmember Hayward voted yes. And Councilmember Brown voted yes. The motion passed 7-0, unanimous. Item number 14, it was resolution 21R-25. The motion was made by Councilmember Scagliola and seconded by Councilmember Hayward. Mayor Pro Tem voted yes. Councilmember Davis voted yes. Councilmember Scott voted yes. Councilmember Dolly voted yes. Councilmember Scagliola voted yes. Councilmember Hayward voted yes. And Councilmember Brown voted yes. The motion was passed 7-0, unanimous. Item number 15, the mask policy. There was no vote, 30 days to reevaluate. Item number 16, ordinance 21-S-11. On the first reading, the motion was made by Councilmember Scaglia, seconded by Councilmember Hayward. Mayor Pro Tem voted yes. Councilmember Davis voted yes. Councilmember Scott voted yes. Councilmember Dolly voted yes. Councilmember Scaglia voted yes. Councilmember Hayward voted yes. And Councilmember Brown voted yes. Motion passed 7-0, unanimous. Item number 17, ordinance 21S-12, first reading. The motion was made by Councilmember Hayward, seconded by Councilmember Brown. Mayor Pro Tem voted yes. Councilmember Davis voted yes. Councilmember Scott voted yes. Councilmember Dolly voted yes. Councilmember Scagliola voted yes. Councilmember Hayward voted yes. And Councilmember Brown voted yes. Motion passed 7-0, unanimous. Item number 18, resolution 21R-22. The motion was made by Mayor Pro Tem Whitaker. It was seconded by Councilmember Dolly. Mayor Pro Tem Whitaker voted yes. Councilmember David voted yes. Councilmember Scott voted yes. Councilmember Dolly voted yes. Councilmember Scagliola voted yes. Councilmember Hayward voted yes. Councilmember Brown voted yes. Motion passed 7-0, unanimous.
All right, thank you.
Thank you for your patience.
All right, we'll move on to our workshop. Workshop discussion and update regarding the COVID-19 virus and our current ordinance number 20H18, our declaration of local disaster. Okay, Ms. Hall, you have the floor.
Good evening, Summer Hall, Emergency Manager with the city, bringing you the monthly update for the COVID-19 vaccine. Excuse me. So the vaccination update, we'll start there. So this week we've got 2 clinics going on April 8th, Thursday. We are doing a Janssen clinic with 1,000 vaccines. Those are single dose, so it'll only be the one and done after that. On Friday, April 9th, we have our second dose of Pfizer that were done previously, and those will be 1,170. Next week, the only thing we have on the books so far, but we do expect a first dose allocation, will be next Thursday on April 15th, and that will also be a second dose for Pfizer, and that will be 1,500 doses. So to date, the Guadalupe County vaccine data, right now we've got 66,275 doses that have been allocated to Guadalupe County, 58,135 doses that have been administered. People vaccinated with at least 1 dose is 37,080, and people fully vaccinated at this point are 25,583. That is as of yesterday's information. I put this on here just as a kind of a breakdown to show you how the allocations have been dosed out for male and female population and then the age brackets within Guadalupe County. So you can see that the 80-plus years, we still have a very small population that has been vaccinated there, and we continue to do those efforts to try to get those folks to come in. Through our clinic this week, we will be doing a few more of our homebound residents that have been unable to come in and receive vaccines, and so through our EMS provider, we'll be able to get out and help those folks as well. So just kind of another look at whether they've had 1 dose in the county versus the fully vaccinated and how that breaks down by age and male and female. So the case count in all 3 counties has continued to decline. We saw a little bit of a spike up, small spike, after the spring break time. I'm sure we'll have a little blip again after Easter, but relatively has been declining, continued to decline. We did receive specific Guadalupe County numbers, and so for Schertz this week, we only have 11 active cases and 5 confirmed probable. So you can see all the numbers have come way down. Cibolo's a little higher than normal, but New Braunfels was way down this week, so just a little difference, but again, just continuing a downward trend in general. We've been over 100 confirmed. Again, this is specific data that gets sent to Guadalupe County. So you'll notice the 83 is, the 83 and 26 is 109, and this is 105. So what happens is this data gets sent to Guadalupe County, and they are actually reconciling it with people that have been on that have gone to recovered, or other ones that have been provided to them. So there's always a little variation between the main DISH's dashboard and what's reported at the local level to the Guadalupe County folks. The school district was doing really, really well, and then the last week or two they have seen a spike, only in student cases and relatively isolated to a couple of schools. So they do have 21 student cases, no staff cases this week. The state disaster declaration was extended on April 5th by Governor Abbott for an additional 30 days, so we'll continue to follow that as we have been each month, and we'll look for that again in May. Testing positivity, again, we've seen like a little bit of a blip up. We were down into the 4% range, but testing positivity at 5% is still really good, and at 3% in the antigen testing. You can see on the graphics that we had just a little bit of a spike back up, but then again, trending downward in both antigen and molecular testing. Our daily new case counts, so last week we were on the high end of 2,000, so again, you can see that small spike up, but a daily new case count, remember this is for the entire state, so this is 3,000 new cases in the entire state, so still doing pretty well. If you can remember, this is where we were back in January, so we're way down way down here, still on that nice trendward down. You do see this upward little spike after the spring break time, and I imagine we'll see another little one, like I say, after the Easter. For our own particular, and I know this was one of the things you had asked about that Dr. Brown spoke to earlier, hospitalization rates. So for our trauma service area around the San Antonio area, we've maintained a 3% hospitalization rate for the past 7 days, and even further back. But this looks jagged, but everything is within that 3%. So it's really just kind of flattening out to we're at a 3% hospitalization rate for COVID positive patients. If you look around the state, almost everybody is well under 5%. We do have a couple of areas that are above 5%, but some of the areas are even down less to 1% hospitalization. So all of the around the state collectively is continuing to see that downward trend or a flattening out at a certain percentage. The hospitalizations, particular numbers, so just in the past month, so you figure at the beginning of March, we were at 447 COVID positive patients. Today we were at 189. We had 195 a month ago that were in ICU, COVID positive in ICU. Today we're at 76. A month ago we had 111 that were on ventilators, and today we only have 29 patients that are COVID positive and on a ventilator in our trauma service area. So that's that entire surrounding San Antonio area of hospitals that make up that trauma service area. So you can see we continue to have a downward trend. We do expect just a little bit of blips from the holidays and as people get out more and more, but we're hoping that some of that, will offset with the vaccinations that are being provided as well. So that's the report for this week. Do you have any questions?
Thank you, Ms. Hall. Council floor is open for discussion. Council member Scagliola.
Yeah, Ms. Summer, you gave the actual numbers for the individuals that have been vaccinated for over 80. But what percentage of the population of that population is reflected in that number? If there's only 3,000 of these individuals, then wow, that's a really good percentage.
Right. Let me think. I will shoot you the dashboard where we can look at the percentage. I feel like it was around 19-20% of the 80 plus population, but I'll have to verify that. But there is a dashboard now with all of this data that we can check specific to those counties and look at percentages for one dose versus fully vaccinated, and how they break down age brackets.
Yeah, well, it's interesting. I was reviewing the Florida model, and their prime concern was to vaccinate the elderly first and foremost above everybody else, because that is the most vulnerable sector of the communities. And this isn't for you, but I'm wondering if we have actually reached out to ensure that our elderly have the opportunity to be vaccinated. I'm just throwing it out there for
There's challenges with it, of course.
Understand.
The challenges are basically, they tend to be not very technologically savvy. A lot of them are homebound. And so, yes, we continue to do that. Still a relatively small percentage of the population that's been vaccinated, but we'll keep at it. I know there's an initiative now to try to get more of those seniors. If you want to talk about that.
Yeah, so we did some outreach directly through like the senior center and encouraging those folks to reach out to their friends and relatives and let us know about those. And we did a great deal of manual, reaching out and making appointments and things like that. We also did some mobile clinics to places like Merritt Lakeside, where we went out and did mobile clinic at the facility and help folks in that facility. We've done several of the nursing homes in and around our area to help offset some of the shortfalls in the federal program that happened. So we've done lots of different things, and we continue to do those outreach. We have a pretty good system working with 311, so as those calls are coming in, we're able to capture that, and then we have folks that are helping us make sure that we're getting them scheduled into appointments and that they're not having to go through our electronic version of the wait list and, you know, waiting on an email, because it's not really where they're going to be able to find an appointment. So we've been trying to work through each of those issues and capturing them individually as we find out about them. So I think the biggest thing is just making sure that we're making them aware. We are working on a water bill insert to send out, and some language that will help continue to drive those folks that may not have been reached in another way, to let them know that we're here to help them figure out how to make that appointment. We have lots of options for doing that.
That's awesome, and for what it's worth, I've heard nothing but praise from individuals that have gone to our shot clinics, and super effort, really.
It's an amazing team. It's a.
That's all I have, sir.
I also think churches are another way that we need to probably exploit, because most of the churches know their homebound senior population, and I think if we can get into the churches, we can get more of them.
Now, we also have communication with WellMed, and they provide us a list also. So, but there's always going to be those that we miss. Definitely, sure. We're trying everything that we can. All right, Councilmember Dalla.
Just first, let me comment. Thanks for all y'all doing. It's been phenomenal what y'all have done. One question on this slide here is: do these numbers capture the data from the other providers, the Walgreens, the CVS?
Right. This is for Guadalupe County, whoever received allocations within our county.
Okay. Thank you.
Sure.
Council, any other comments? All right. Thank you, Ms. Hall.
Thank you.
All right. We'll move on to our closed session. Item number 20, the City Council will meet in closed session under Section 551.087 of the Texas Government Code. Deliberation regarding economic development negotiations, closed meeting. The governmental body is now required to conduct an open meeting to discuss or deliberate regarding commercial or financial information that the governmental body has received from a business prospect, that the governmental body seeks to have locate, stay, or expand in or near the territory of the governmental body, and with which the governmental body is conducting economic development negotiations, or number 2, to deliberate the offer of financial or other incentives to a business prospect. This is in reference to Project E065. We also have another closed session. The City Council will meet in closed session in accordance with Section 551.071 of the Texas Governmental Code to consult with legal counsel regarding issues related to the Joint Base San Antonio and the Alamo Area Council of Governments ILA task order process. The time is now 9:05. We will reconvene after our discussion. We reconvene after a regular, we reconvene into a regular session. The time is now 9:40. And again, we reconvene into a regular session after our discussion and deliberation regarding our closed session in reference to item number 20 regarding the Economic Development Project E065. Start time was 9:10, end time was 9:24. And item number 22 regarding JBSA and AACOG task order process. The start time was 9:25, end time was 9:35. There is no action required, so we'll move on to, there's no roll call confirmation required either. So we'll go straight into requests and announcements. Announcements by our city manager, Dr. Brown. Any further announcements? Okay. Council, any possible updates or information requested from staff? Council, any possible items you'd like to place on the future agenda items? You do? Okay. Mayor Pro Tem Whitaker?
I would like to, it doesn't have to be for next week, but I wanted to ask if we could revisit the UDC Article 9, Section 21.9.9 regarding tree preservation and mitigation. My interest in that is to find a better way to move forward to reduce tree loss while maintaining beauty, but at a cost that is more workable for future development on lots that are highly wooded, I guess. And I think that's going to be a future, well, next week, I think there are going to be people coming to council to discuss it. So I just thought we would bring it up now so that you can start talking about it. And you're very good at, you know, getting ahead of the game. So I appreciate that. And I just thought I would request that now. Thank you.
Okay, council, any other items? All right. We'll move on to announcements by council members on events they attended. Mayor Pro Tem Whitaker.
Yes, so today was a ribbon cutting for On the Grind off of 3009 and like I-35. So great place to get coffee. It was very good. And they have a couple of, in a second location coming on 3009 in the summer, so that's awesome. Pre-budget retreat last week. I thought the staff did a great job of presenting some things, giving us an opportunity to talk about that before we actually dig into the budget, so I appreciate that effort, and lunch was delicious. I attended also the William King Cole workshop, session 2. I guess there will be another session, I guess, next year through Texas City Management Association. So it was a great opportunity for me to learn a little bit more about city management and how they operate. And still attending the Citizens Police Academy, enjoying each week, and then attended the vaccine clinic as a volunteer.
Hey, Councilmember Davis.
Nothing sure other than, again, great pre-budget retreat, great information, and should roll in great to our regular budget retreat. Thank you.
Councilmember Scott.
Ditto on the budget retreat. Thank you.
All right. Councilmember Dalla.
Same on the budget retreat. Thank you guys for all the effort on that and great conversations.
All right. Councilmember Scagliola.
Yep, went to the grind this morning and did on the retreat.
All right. Councilmember Hayward.
I did the TMRS budget meeting. It was really the budget meeting for TMRS, not something that I would have to participate in. And it was interesting to follow when we were sitting in a room and we were watching them on the Zoom. So I drove to Austin to watch them on a Zoom, and kind of interesting, but I'll have my meeting. So when I have my meeting to make decisions, I'll let you know. I did, moving on Main Street, we did our final walkthrough, so the way things will be set up on Sunday, so I'm looking forward to that. I participated in the food bank drive in Cibolo. It was an awesome day, but then at the same time it was sad because you realized how many families were affected by COVID or maybe even possibly the storm. It was a really busy day. Budget retreat was good talks. Did the ribbon cutting, this morning at On the Grind, the coffee was really good. That's pretty much it, sir.
All right. Councilmember Brown?
Good budget meeting, thank you.
All right. Okay, the time is now 6:46. We stand adjourned.